Oh, how are you?
Good morning, everyone. Aw, thank you. Today is November 12th. It is 9:01 a.m. and we are here at the Doña County Chambers for a regularly scheduled BOCC meeting. And I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. First off, we do have our invocation from our youth pastor, Sam Geckler from Cornerstone Baptist Church. Welcome.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you today and ask your blessing on this meeting. Pray you be with every representative, every person who is going to hear something presented. Lord, I pray that you give them wisdom and guidance as they weigh out the matters. And Lord, I pray that you'd help us to put aside our personal desires and the things we may want, Lord, and look at what is going to be best for the county, for our city, and the residents of it. Lord, I pray that you would be honored and glorified through it, and that you would meet with us today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. If you are able to stand, if you'll please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up we do have our roll call. Brandy, if you'll roll call the commission, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Here. We do have quorum. Okay, the commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. County Manager Andrews, do we have any changes to the agenda today?
Good morning, Chair. There are no changes to the agenda.
We need to move that C-PACE up.
He-
Commissioner Reynolds, were we wanting to move the C-PACE to the first of the presentations to get it done by noon?
I think it's too early because I didn't tell anyone to be ready by this early. So I wanted to keep it till 10 or 10:30.
No. First on the presentations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not at this time.
Okay.
So you're
Sounds good.
saying, you were asking to put it first on the presentations. Is that it?
That's correct. He's emailing saying that he has to be out by noon.
Yes, I thought you meant now. Okay, no, yes, it can be first on the presentations. Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move the item number 15 to the first of the hearings and the ordinances due to a scheduling conflict with the presenter. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other changes? Okay, seeing none, we'll just have that moved up.
I'd like to have item number, just a minute, looking at it. I'd like to have item number 3 pulled for a separate vote on the consent agenda.
Okay, do we want to do this now or when we're looking at the consent agenda?
No, after the consent agenda is fine.
Okay, so that's the only change would be to move the presentation up.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no other changes, we'll move on to the consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. Commissioner Reynolds, now would be the time that we can make a motion to move that off the consent.
I'd just like to have item 3 removed for separate consideration.
Okay.
Consent agenda, that's all. Doesn't require a motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve agenda items 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion on approving consent agenda items 1, 2, 4, and 5? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call us on those.
I apologize. Who was second that?
It was Sanchez.
Okay,
No,
I'm sorry.
Second was by Commissioner
Reynolds.
Reynolds. I motioned, Commissioner Reynolds second.
thank
It
you.
almost looks like we haven't woken up yet, doesn't it?
Okay, so we have Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo, Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion passes.
We have 2 resolutions. Item number 2, 2024-135. Item number 5, 2024-136.
Wonderful, thank you, Brandy. Now we have item number 3, which is to approve the Tri-State Regional General Collaboration Agreement between the municipalities of Juarez, Chihuahua, Mexico, the municipality of Guadalupe, Chihuahua, Mexico, the city of El Paso, Texas, El Paso County, and the Texas and Doña County. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move approval, Sanchez.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. I will second the approval. Commissioners, any comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds?
in reviewing this document, there are several things that I think are missing that I think we need to have before we can decide on this. One of those is actually, there's no bylaws provided as part of the documentation. So this agreement first requires that we, it's a permanent agreement, which means that once we sign it, we basically are part of it forever, without knowing more details about exactly how it's going to be, how the bylaws are going to work, whether we're going to have representation of one person from each organization, whether we're going to have two from El Paso, or are they going to have five because they're a bigger organization? Are we going to have two? Are we going to have one? Are we going to have representation, at every meeting? I mean, there's nothing clear about exactly how this organization is going to be run. And by us signing a permanent agreement with them, I think it puts us at risk not having the bylaws already provided for us, first. Secondly, there's no mention, even though it talks a lot about environmental protection and doing environmental things, there's no mention of the treaty of the city of La Paz as part of this. And I think it's important that we understand the impact of the environment in signing this agreement and what the risks are, especially with the dump down on the border that is asking to renew their license. So I think it's too early to do this, and I need more information before I can make a decision about how the organization is going to be run.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Mr. Gooden, do you have anything to add on that? I know that some of that was legalities on the bylaws and such.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the first comment was that this is a forever agreement. Any agreement we enter into, the board can always go back and say we rescind our agreement to it, whether it's specifically spelled out or not in the agreement. So that's something that at any time we wanted to withdraw from it, we would be able to do so. This is it's really not binding the county to anything. It is binding the county to collaborate. And that's about all I saw from it when I reviewed it. So I think some of these concerns are not, from a legal standpoint, I don't have those same concerns.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
So, Mr. Nelson, tell me, or Mr. Gooden, tell me how many people we have to represent us on that board.
Mr. Chair, let me find the agreement.
Because, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I guess I would agree with the comments of our county attorney, because I don't understand everything I've read through the agreement. This is merely an agreement to collaborate with the three states in the area. This isn't managing any funds. It's not agreeing to, put us in a point that they're going to tell us what we're going to do and approve and so on. So I don't understand whether it's one, whether it's all, there's multiple people on there. In the end, it's about communication, and I think that's the way that I read it. And so in terms of collaboration, I guess I don't understand the concerns that Commissioner Reynolds may have with this, other than because this does not seem like it's a binding agreement for action or putting certain things in place. It's simply, I think, when I look here under the purpose was to formalize collaboration in the border area to promote joint projects across strategic areas. So, like you said, again, it's just about collaboration. I don't understand where the concern is where your concerns are, Commissioner Reynolds.
And just to kind of piggyback off that as well, it's an agreement for mutual cooperation where all decisions will be made jointly. And what they'll be doing is taking into consideration all priorities and capabilities of each region. It's just basically saying that we agree to work together as a team to make sure that we are increasing economic growth, development, and infrastructure for our border communities, with it being El Paso, Chihuahua, Juarez, El Paso County, and Doña County. But it's just, we agree to work together on priorities, including joint economic development to enhance regional competitiveness, shared infrastructure, strategic projects, environmental sustainability, which that addresses one of your concerns, by promoting responsible resource use, cross-border security, and culture and educational exchange to strengthen community ties. There is no monetary consideration here. This is not forming a board. This is not putting together any bylaws. This is just saying we're all going to come to the table to have these conversations, and this is a good faith effort. I would call this a very good faith agreement, saying that we're going to work better in communicating the needs of our communities with these individuals, which we have not had in the past whatsoever. It's kind of been everyone's in their own silo doing their own thing, and this is an agreement saying we're going to work together to get this done, and we're excited to do so. So there is no economic impact. There is no bylaws needed. There is no board being put together. This is just saying that we're going to act within our county structure to make sure that we're going forth and communicating projects that we're working on. So when we have big economic development projects going through, or High Mesa Road, or the bridge over the railroad tracks, that we are communicating this to the larger body and groups of people in this organization, in this notified and identified in this, that we're going to do better. But no financial, no bylaws, no board, no nothing to keep us restrained. It's just saying that we're going to do the best we can to communicate.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I go back to Commissioner Reynolds' question, Section 4 of the agreement says that the signatories of this agreement basically will create a regional coordination committee composed of representatives designated by each region. This committee will meet periodically. This is common among these type of agreements, where if there's going to, you put together the agreement that says we're going to work together, and part of that working together is then that a committee will be developed. And so it'll be up to the different entities within the region that are identified here that will determine how that committee is going to be composed. So as of this point, it does not state how many there will be from each one, but that's something that will be worked out after the agreement is done, so that the agreement gives the basis to be able to get together and form that committee and establish how many members will be on it and what the representation will be from each of the signatories of the agreement.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds.
I think, have you all ever worked with the MPO in the South?
The MPO?
Yeah, the MPO. The MPO is an organization which we worked with in cooperation with El Paso, Santa Teresa, Doña County. And over the last 5 or 6 years, we struggled to actually get the cooperation we need from them in order to do the kind of development that we're looking for and support in some of our issues there.
Cooperation from who?
In cooperation with El Paso.
Okay.
And we have an MPO up here, which we actually get a better cooperation out of and we get more benefits from. I see this as a similar organization. If we don't understand exactly what kind of representation we're going to have, then we run the risk of them saying, yeah, we're going to put 5 people on the board and you're going to have 1. I mean, how do we know how this board is going to be put together, and how many votes are we going to have to make that decision? Do we get 5 votes to their 5, or do we get 1 vote to their 1? I'd like to have a little bit more understanding about exactly what the formation of this organization is going to look like. It says we're going to talk about strategic areas of development, like formalized collaboration on the board to promote joint projects. Okay, so if we're going to promote joint projects, then we're probably going to have a skin in the game. All right, we're going to be asked to come up with some money. We're going to be asked to come up with some resources or something. If we're going to take actions to strategic areas of mutual interest, including economic development, infrastructure, security, environment, tourism, education, and trade, I think that we have different priorities on those currently, and yes, we should get together and talk about them, but I just don't think this document or this agreement clearly states exactly what our goals are for each one of the organizations and how we're going to do this collaboration. The principles are pretty loosely put together, and I think we need more structure and better understanding of what they're thinking. I mean, yes, it's a good idea. I'm not against the idea. I'm against the idea of going into it without a better understanding of exactly how this organization is going to be formed and how it's going to work. Right now, we're just taking a broad stroke and saying, yes, we want to work together. I agree, but this is a little bit more than that when we agree that it's a permanent commitment to the relationship. Now, we can get out of it, yes, but what is it going to cost us to get out of it if we do decide it's not working for us? If it's permanent, then we have to take some specific steps to get out of it, and it doesn't say how we're going to get out of it, even if it's at any point in time, and he's in this agreement right now. I just think it's not well put together yet.
Okay, and I think that you have some really great points, and there's merit to your points, but at the end of the day, this is just supposed to be a very good faith effort that we're going to the table to communicate. As far as it goes with resources and such, it's very broad. It even says each region may allocate the necessary economic and human resources to fulfill the commitments arising from this agreement based on their available budgetary resources. This isn't holding our hands or binding us to any kind of participation. And in the end, to remove ourselves or any disputes arising from the fulfillment of this agreement shall be resolved through dialogue and good faith. This is literally just a good faith agreement saying that we are willing to come together and talk. As far as the committee, I would imagine that it will be equal on all sides, and that will be well represented equally through all of these joint efforts and all these different municipalities and governing agencies.
Okay.
I don't think that it's a bad thing for the county to work on. And if El Paso City, County, Chihuahua, and Juarez are willing to do it, I think we should too, to show good faith effort and working together. But that's just my take.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair, yes.
I just wanted to clarify something about the El Paso MPO. I sit in that board as a mayor. And I know that we've had Mo as representing the county. And in no means, we have a relationship, a good relationship with El Paso MPO to bring whatever we have to the county. So, I mean, he says that it's not, that we don't have anything. Yes, we do, and we bring funds, Sunland Park, the southern part of the county. So we do have that good relationship with El Paso MPO, and I think this agreement should go forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds,
I'd like to read one more section here under the duration.
of course.
Okay. It says, any disputes arising from the fulfillment of this agreement shall be resolved through dialogue and good faith, as you said. Okay? Any modifications must be agreed upon by all parties and documented in writing, which means it takes a unanimous decision to make any changes to this agreement. So if, in fact, any of the bylaws or any agreements or anything come up, it's going to take everybody to agree to make any changes. So yes, in good faith, we can ask for changes, but in reality, if one person doesn't agree, we have no authority. So if we say, look, we want to modify this agreement, we don't think this is the right economic development direction to go, then we can't really change that because we don't have enough authority to do it. We're pretty much bound by everybody's agreement. So this could actually be, in my opinion, it could be debilitating for the whole area if we're not careful about the way we roll this out. Because if we disagree and everybody else has an opinion and they want to all go in one direction and we say no, we could be the one holding things up and they can't change it. It just needs more work is my point.
And I don't disagree, but saying that this agreement could hold up progress, there's no teeth to this whatsoever. It just says that we're willing to tell them if we're doing a project in Santa Teresa that we tell them what we're working on. This is about communication, not about tying us or binding us to not be able to do projects or anything like that. So I disagree on that statement. I think this is a good faith effort, but if there's
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Chapato, and then we'll go to Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very lucky to have been invited to a meeting with Congressman Vasquez and the mayor of Juarez and some representatives from Mexico, from Juarez, from Chihuahua, El Paso, and New Mexico. And I found it to be such a good conversation. everyone had great ideas and we were collaborating. And quite frankly, we need each other to succeed. If we want our southern part of the county, especially Santa Teresa and Sunland Park, to succeed, we need that collaboration with Texas. We need that collaboration with Mexico. And to just start talking, I think, is a great idea. It's not binding us to anything. And if it's not functional, then we can withdraw from the agreement at any time. I think it's a good start. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez has called the question.
Point of order,
Sorry.
Mr. Chair. I think that requires a second.
It does require a second.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Chaparro. With that being said, Brandy, if you will.
Commissioner Reynolds,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. We'll move on to the vote for the agreement.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Reynolds.
may I make one more comment since?
No, sir, the question has been called. We're going to move on to the vote of the agreement.
But the question's been called and answered. So once the question's answered.
No, the question, when we call the question, it's to call the question of what the motion has been called for.
Which
It
is
not-
the
It ends the discussion of the motion, and we move on to voting.
I'm not asking for discussion. I was just want to make a closing comment.
There's no additional
No,
comment.
we're just going to move on to the vote, Commissioners. Brandy, if you'll just please roll call the vote on the
Mr. Chair,
agreement.
Point of order.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Gooden, would you agree with that?
Mr. Chair, I'm looking here on an explanation of calling the question under Robert's Rules of Order, and it states here that you have a second on the motion. At that point, the board chair should not allow any debate on the issue but ask for an immediate vote. A call of the question requires two-third vote of Robert's Rules of Order. The rules of the two-third vote is to protect the rights of the minority. It protects the majority because it takes more than one person to stop the debate. So we had before us a motion to call the question. I believe we had a 4-1 vote. That would be two-thirds. I believe, I have to do the math on that. So, and that was then called, the question has been called, and then we go, that ends debate. We go straight to the vote on the motion that was pending, being the motion to approve the item.
And is there no more discussion after that?
The question, once it's called, that ends debate. And so that goes straight to the voting of the question that's before the board.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Gooden.
Brandy, if you'll please roll call our vote, please.
Commissioner Reynolds,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, didn't we call the question is the vote, isn't it? Didn't we have that?
We already had that vote, sir. You voted
The
no.
motion we had, that we voted on last
Now
time.
we're voting on the
was to
original
call the
motion,
question.
which is the agreement.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Or Mr. Gooden, when we call the question and we get a second, I think when we answer the question, I believe that is voting on the issue.
No, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no. The motion, there was a call to question. That is a motion to stop debate, essentially. That was seconded, and then there was a vote on that. And once that was approved by two-thirds majority of the board, then we go to the question. So the call to question, the vote we had just now was whether or not to stop debate on this issue. And the vote on it was to stop debate. And so now we go back to the question that is before the board, being the motion to approve this agreement. And now we need to vote on that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Brandy, I'm so sorry. If you will roll call the commission.
thank you. Commissioner Reynolds,
No.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shalja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion passes. Agreement is good to go.
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
Yes. Now that we've had the agreement and the motion is passed, now may I make a comment? Closing comment?
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. In the principles of collaboration, one thing I would like to caution the board about is that all decisions will be made jointly, fostering the exchange of relevant information and experiences, which means that even the decisions that we make down on the border, we're agreeing now that we're going to make them jointly with their effort. So I don't know what efforts, what decisions we'll be able to make without consulting them.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that final comment.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm really congested and I'm having a hard time hearing you all. Can you just shout things out for me?
Of course. I
you.
do feel like it's quite not as loud today as it usually is, but we will definitely work on that. Okay, moving on, we do have the pet showcase. County Manager Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, there will not be a pet showcase today, or we will defer because there are 5 proclamations, sir.
Wonderful. We will move on to the proclamations then. Okay, with that being said, we do have item number 6, which is to proclaim November as Diabetes Awareness Month in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion. I'll second. We have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez and a second by me. Take it away, Manny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So November is National Diabetes Awareness Month. I know we're a little late getting going, and I'll apologize on my end. This is particularly something that is personal to me, having a daughter that is a type 1 diabetic, and also given that 13% of Doña County and New Mexico residents have diabetes. That's 1 in 8 people that you see here have diabetes, whether it's type 1 or type 2. We really want to, part of this proclamation is to raise awareness about diabetes and support for those who have been diagnosed with the disease. And I think, again, it's about, a lot of this for me is around education, because there is so much not an understanding of the different types of diabetes and how it can affect our lives, how you can't always prevent it. You can prevent some and take actions on type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes, there is no cure for. And I want to, along with that, for people that don't know and understand, like I said, type 1 diabetes, without the advent of insulin, people with type 1 diabetes would die. They would pass away. And it wasn't until 1921 that Dr. Frederick Banting from the University of Toronto had isolated the actual markers for insulin and created insulin that we now produce on a mass scale today. Along with that, though, with diabetes comes healthcare. And that's one of the things that we see here in Doña County is we just don't have a large amount of healthcare that we need here. We're an underserved community, and we need to continue to find ways that we increase that. Right now, I know, for just speaking again, this is my personal experience, and I know a lot of type 1 diabetics have to travel to El Paso, to Albuquerque. Some even travel even further to receive care from a specialized doctor. For me, it's a pediatric, or for my daughter, it's a pediatric endocrinologist, of which there were only, I believe, 3 practicing in the area. And that's 3 covering a whole region. And the reason I bring that up is because I see how our political landscape has caused some of these doctors to come under scrutiny, to be prosecuted by the government. And in effect, that affects the care that diabetics have, because these are the unintended consequences of our politics, not here in New Mexico, I'll say in Texas. But it's frustrating to see that this is where what politics can have on real life just because somebody thinks something is not a good idea or because they disagree with it. So I want to bring it back, I know, to the proclamation. I apologize for going off on a tangent there, but it's, like I said, this is something that I do take personally. But if you do feel like you may have concerns about your health, it's important that you do your yearly screenings. See a doctor if you have concerns. Check your blood, your blood work. Check your glucose levels. For those that do have diabetes, good nutrition, exercise habits can help either manage or for even help in some with those with type 2, help with those with treating the diagnosis. If you do have diabetes or are pre-diabetic, go get educated and learn more about diabetes, how you can get support, and how you can also advocate for others in your lives that have diabetes. And one of the things that I want to also bring up today and highlight is we have an amazing organization here in Southern New Mexico, in Las Cruces. It's the Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach. We have Ms. Selena Gomez and also Mr. TJ Hasso, both here representing SNMDO. I'd like to invite them up, if you don't mind. While they're coming up, I did want to highlight that this Saturday on November 16th, the Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach will be having their inaugural Dash for Diabetes Awareness. It's a 5K or a 1-mile walk. The event starts at 9 a.m. down south of us in the plaza, the Mesilla Plaza. The 5K will start first, and then the walk will start after. But with that, Ms. Gomez, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today with the proclamation for Diabetes Awareness Month. My name is Selena Gomez, by the way. I'm the Executive Director of Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach. On behalf of the entire organization, I would like to thank you all for your support in proclaiming November as Diabetes Awareness Month. Our organization is the only diabetes nonprofit in the region that supports all of Southern New Mexico. And our mission is to serve Southern New Mexico by providing access to diabetes detection, education, prevention, and support resources. Ultimately, we serve as a contact point for people with diabetes and providers. And as Commissioner Sanchez mentioned, that nearly 13% of the population in Doña County have diabetes, and 1 in 4 are undiagnosed. So our organization is providing really impactful services of diabetes self-management education, support groups, and a screening program in efforts to support adults and children with diabetes. And it is so impactful and important for communities to come together and raise awareness about a disease that can be a silent killer when left untreated or unmanaged. So again, we want to thank each and every one of you for bringing awareness and championing Diabetes Awareness Month. And we hope you can join us on Saturday for the Dash for Diabetes event.
Wonderful, thank you. And
Scott?
yeah.
Go ahead and proceed with the reading the proclamation. Whereas according to the Center for Disease Control, diabetes is a serious and chronic condition that affects more than 38.4 million Americans, including an estimated 13% of Doña County residents, and significantly impacts public health and well-being. And whereas, while around 2 million people currently live with type 1 diabetes, 1.2 million more new people are diagnosed with it annually, with an additional 1 in 3 adult Americans having prediabetes, which puts them at high risk for developing diabetes, and preventative measures are not taken. And whereas diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death in the United States, contributing to life-threatening complications, including heart disease, kidney failure, blindness, nerve damage, amputations, which require ongoing medical care and place a tremendous financial burden on individuals, families, and healthcare systems. And whereas preventative measures such as healthy eating, regular physical activity, and health management can significantly reduce the type 2 diabetes, while continued research into type 1 diabetes offers hope for new treatment and potential cures. And whereas the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby recognize November as Diabetes Awareness Month and encourages all residents, healthcare providers, and organizations to unite in the fight against diabetes by increasing awareness, supporting those affected, and fostering a healthier living in our community. Now therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of November as Diabetes Awareness Month.
Thank you, County Manager Andrews. And if I may continue just for a minute. Thank you. A couple of things. I did also want to point out that Ms. Gomez, I know for the organization, not just do they provide awareness, but they have education classes, support groups, screening programs, and I know at the event on Saturday, there will be screening as well. So if those are interested, they can go out and have a screening, a health screening as well. So just wanted to at least point out all the different activities and support that Southern New Mexico Diabetes Outreach helps with provide out here. And then for those in the public, for the month of November, you'll see people wearing blue, which is the color for diabetes awareness. So just wanted to provide that out there. So I don't know, Ms. Gomez, I don't know if anybody else wanted to add anything before we.
Yes, my name is TJ Hasso, Trinidad Hasso. I'm a registered nurse, been a diabetes educator for over 20 years and a registered nurse for over 40 years. And the thing is that I'd like to elaborate a little bit more on Mr. Sanchez. Commissioner Sanchez said, you know, there's not only a shortage of endocrinologists, but also a shortage of diabetes educator, which I'm one of them. And actually, I'm the only one doing education for the community here for Southern New Mexico. And the thing is that the reimbursement for diabetes care is very, very small. And so you don't have also the reimbursement that we should be getting also in doing the education. But you know, I came out of retirement, and because I have a passion for diabetes, because it's, you know, Latinos, we're very good at high risk for this diabetes. And the thing is, as being a diabetes educator, we need to empower the diabetic patients that they can do the lifestyle changes to be able to live a good quality life with diabetes, to avoid the complications of diabetes. And you know, the thing is about insulin, you know, where it was derived from is from a dog. If you read about it, you would see. So men's best friend is really what contribute to the development of insulin. Of course, now it's all synthetic. But remember, there was beef and there was a pork insulin, and all we have really come a long ways with diabetes and different types of insulin. And also, again, now with the insulin pumps, insulin pens now, the reimbursement, again, we're fighting with that because it's very, very limited, and a lot of insurance don't cover it either.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the
Madam
board?
Chair?
Yes,
Vice Chair?
Commissioner Reynolds.
I want to thank you all for the free A1C test that you provide, and guys also for going throughout the county in order to test people for diabetes. I appreciate that. And for anyone who doesn't know, they have an office up on the 7th floor of the building downtown with electronic caregiver, and you can go up there and get your test done there as well. And I recommend that you all pay for the test yourself. It's not that much, but even though they offer it free, I would request that everyone make a donation to keep them doing their job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Of course, Vice Chair.
I wanted to, my hat's off to all of you for educating our diabetic constituents. I share the sentiment with Commissioner Sanchez. My daughter has had juvenile diabetes now. You know, she's an adult, but the struggles in educating her to change that lifestyle. She had gone into a diabetic coma when she was young, and we weren't aware of what was going on. And I really want to congratulate you for keep going and helping our constituents here in Doña County. Thank you.
Thank you. With nothing else, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Proclamation's approved. Thank you. Whatever you want, Manny. It's up to you. Hey, William, can you get these screens down for me, please? Bro, you're fine.
Okay, if I could have you on this side, Commissioner, on this side. If you wouldn't mind tilting that down just a little because the light's reflecting on the glass. Perfect, thank you. Got it, thank you.
No, you're fine. Just leave it. Okay, moving on. We do have item number 7, which is claim November as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by Commissioner Chapato. Okay. Lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths worldwide, claiming more lives than breast cancer, colon cancer, and prostate cancer combined. Awareness is important so we can focus on early detection, which is crucial for improving survival rates. This campaign plays a vital role in informing all of us, encouraging preventative measures, and advocating for better health care for lung cancer patients. Specifically, the objectives of the Lung Cancer Awareness Month are to educate the public about lung cancer and its impact on our community, to encourage smoking Wow, I can't read that word today, guys. We do not encourage smoking, by the way, and other preventative measures to promote early detection through regular screenings and to advocate for improved research, treatment, and support for patients. The New Mexico Cancer Center Foundation offers free lung cancer screenings, and to schedule one, you should go to their website at freelungcancerscreening.com. To receive the proclamation, we are honored to have Alicia Morales and her family, who has been directly impacted by lung cancer in our community. Welcome. The mic's yours.
Chair, Commissioners, I would like to thank you guys for taking this time to honor this month as Lung Cancer Awareness. As you all know, my father passed away last December from stage 4 lung cancer. He was diagnosed in August, and he passed 4 months after. So I just really want to encourage the community, if you smoke, even occasionally, to take the time to get screened for your loved ones, because it's painful disease to watch someone that you love pass away from that. Thank you.
Thank you. No, you're good? Okay. Scott, if you'll please read the proclamation.
Yes, sir. Whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths in New Mexico and the United States, an estimated 240,000 people will be diagnosed with lung cancer this year, including approximately 700 residents of New Mexico. In North America, lung cancer kills more people than breast, prostate, and colon cancers combined. And whereas in 2023, the American Cancer Society estimated that New Mexico would have 960 new cases of lung cancer, and the statewide screening rate is estimated at 2% of eligible residents. And whereas the state has a survival rate of 23.9%, which is lower than the national average of 26.6%. The American Cancer Society recommends annual lung cancer screening for current or past smokers ages 50 to 80 with a history of smoking 1 pack of cigarettes per day for a year. And whereas lung cancer screening is an effective way to detect cancer in its early stages when patients have more treatment options at a higher chance of survival. The early diagnosis rate in our state is 21.3%, lower than the national rate, while the lack of treatment rate is 29.7% higher than the national rate. And whereas the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners recognizes the importance of education about lung cancer, promotes regular screenings, and encourages smoking cessation and other preventative measures. Now therefore, the Doña Ana County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of November as Lung Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. Commissioners, any follow-up? Seeing none, Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next we do have to proclaim November as Native American Heritage Month in Doña Ana County. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Chapato.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Reynolds, was it? Okay. Take it away.
Thank you. And excuse my voice, but I'd like to welcome Director Michael Ray and the people whom are accompanying him to the podium, please. Welcome. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, this month we celebrate Native American history and culture. As we celebrate, we also seek to encourage conversations and to learn about the many vital contributions that our people, the indigenous people, continue to bring to our community. This month, we honor their sacred languages, cultures, heritage. And we also acknowledge the difficult history throughout our nation and recognize the indigenous histories that were repressed in the past and sometimes are not even acknowledged in history books or in the education that our children receive. Today, we remember that with hard work and a commitment to our founding ideals, we can address our past and become a stronger community that embraces all its members while empowering everyone to be an active, valued, and full-fledged part of the whole. And I have a little story to share. My grandmother, Susana Chaparro, became orphaned when she was 4 years old. And so part of our history is missing. And we recently found photographs of her as a child. And it was so telling to me because I am very much aware, and I'm striving to find this, whether we were Apache or Comanche, one of the two. So if you look at my features, I am a Native American, as are 80% of the Latinos that exist at this point, because we were in this area, and I'm so proud of my roots, and I am so glad you're here. So, Mr. Ray, is there anything you would like to say on behalf of NMSU? And by the way, Miss NMSU Native American, you're beautiful.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, we thank you entirely for the acknowledgement for Native American Heritage Month. morning. My name is Michael Ray, serve as the Director of the American Indian Program. One of the things that we definitely like to do along with our fellow diversity programs is create a sense of belonging for our students, especially when it comes to those students who are still trying to figure out and find their roots. One of the things we often talk about is federal recognition, state recognition, descendancy, and those who are still trying to figure out their community when it comes to their indigeneity. But not only that, when it comes to New Mexico and the United States, but also abroad, when it comes to how indigeneity is looked at a worldwide perspective. So we thank you all for the continued support. We often have events going on in New Mexico State University. So one in particular is we're highlighting our Indigenous Creator Series. We have some students who are also staff members who do a podcast, and it's called the Half Breeds Podcast. They are both Navajo and Anglo, and they talk about the difficulties and sometimes the unique nuances that happen when it comes to not being able to be everything to everybody, and how they struggle when it comes to being not necessarily as much as they could to each community, but as they continue to move forward and be as much as they can to their community, but also their children, as students, as parents, and as members of the community. So we just wish to highlight and uplift their podcast. So if anybody would like to listen, it is on major podcast areas. We thank you again for the continued support. I have with me our program coordinator, Michelle Lanasse, who works well with our students to create a lot of the amazing activities that we get to have on campus. Our Miss Native American at MSU, Miss Jalen Smith, who is serving in the role for this 2004-2005 academic year. But also we wish to also acknowledge our staff there, our administrative assistant, Miss Brittany Stout, our student office assistants, John and Samantha, and our incoming GA, Shandima. So with that, a lot of us all come together, have a great time when it comes to supporting our student organizations as well, and just making sure that there is a sense of belonging on campus for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ray. Mr. Scott, would you read the proclamation, please?
Yes, ma'am. Whereas during National Native American Heritage Month, we highlight the many invaluable contributions of sovereign tribal nations and Native peoples that shaped our country, and whereas the month we highlight Native Americans who are an essential part of our community, they serve in the U.S. Armed Forces at higher rates than any other ethnic group. They continue to steward many of our great lands. Their contributions to science, humanities, arts, public service, and more industries bring prosperity for all of us. And whereas we recommit to honoring Native communities who have passed down rich cultures, knowledge, traditions, and ways of life throughout our history, Native peoples' cultures, identities, and governments were not always seen as an integral part of our community. Instead, they were pressured to assimilate, banned from practicing their traditions and sacred ceremonies, and forced from their homes and ancestral homelands. And whereas, in celebration of Indigenous Peoples Day, Indian Affairs Department Secretary Josette Monette, a member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians, said the state is empowering Native American people in New Mexico to be at the forefront of our state's identity, culture, and future. Indigenous people are resilient and continue to make incredible and valuable contributions throughout New Mexico in every industry. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of November as Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you. Commission, anything?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, of
I
course.
just wanted to tell Ms. Native, you look stunning, and thank you for representing the Native community. Thank you.
Okay, Brandy.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaja Hernandez.
Yes. Motion's approved. Congratulations.
Mr. Ray, would you bring everyone up here as a request from Commissioner Murillo, please? Come on up. Yes.
No. No, we can't. Awesome. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you. Wonderful. Moving on, we have two more left. Bear with us. We do have proclaimed November 20th as GIS Day in Doña County. Do we have a motion?
So move.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Take it away.
So November 20th is GIS Day. GIS stands for Geographic Information Systems, which is a technology used to create, manage, analyze, and map all types of data. In honor of GIS Day, we want to honor our county staff, who you may not know by name or face, but the work they do behind the scenes is critical for navigating through our community and to keeping the public safe, from mapping emergency routes to planning community infrastructure. GIS impacts almost every facet of daily life and keeps our county prepared and informed. Our GIS division falls within our community development department, where they maintain databases that help them produce maps to outline boundaries in the county. To receive the proclamation, we are honored to have Becky Martin, the county's GIS administrator, tell us more about GIS Day and ways we can support activities that further STEM education. Anyone else? Don't be shy.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, for recognizing GIS Day. GIS is, well, I consider it extremely important. I mean, I brought with me a few members of my staff and also some staff from the city of Las Cruces. So GIS Day was founded, this is actually the 25th anniversary of GIS Day. It was founded in 1999 as, it was by Jack Dangermond, who he was, excuse me, I'm a little nervous talking in public. He is the CEO of Esri, which is, they have the ArcGIS, ArcMap, the whole suite that we use. So it was founded by Jack Dangermond and Ralph Nader. So any ways that you guys want to recognize GIS, take a massive online course, look it up. I mean, if you look at even Google Maps, that's a form of GIS. So I would just impress upon everybody how important geography and GIS is. And I'd like, anybody would want to add anything, Alan? No? No? Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Great job, by the way. Whereas Geographic Information Systems Day is an opportunity to recognize the contributions of GIS professionals and to highlight their impact on our communities. We acknowledge Doña County employees and others who have chosen GIS as their profession or as part of their discipline to improve the lives of our residents. And whereas GIS promotes the advancement of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or STEM education, and inspires our youth and others to pursue knowledge and skills to be successful in a digital and technology-driven world. And whereas GIS technology allows us to manage and maintain critical data that supports public safety, infrastructure, and community development through mapping, emergency response support, land use planning, and resource management to enhance the quality of life of our residents. And whereas Doña County GIS Division maintains over 100 layers of databases, develops department-specific applications, and produces maps. The GIS division also administers the road, street, naming, and addressing ordinances, which includes assigning physical addresses in the unincorporated portions of the county. And whereas Doña County is committed to utilizing GIS to inform decision-making and better serve its residents and make useful GIS open and easily available to the public. Now therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim November 20th, 2024 is GIS Day.
Brandy, or any other commissioners? I apologize.
Mr. Chairman,
Of course.
I'd just like to ask you to please help with Google Maps, because when I'm traveling, I get lost.
It's funny you say that because we do get a lot of people and they're complaining about it, and I've sent in my data to try to get them to improve it because a lot of it's wrong.
Well, it would be much appreciated, so I don't end up where I'm not supposed to be. Thank you.
We're working on it.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do have a comment. Yes, thank you guys very much, because the importance of GIS information for actually maintaining and managing the assets in the county is critical. And I know that we're behind in identifying some of the assets. I'm looking forward to you guys getting out and actually marking all of the access to all the resources that we have out there and getting them in our GIS database. And I know that I think we've got some software provided for this now. And I think it's very important because it helps us to move forward, reduces our costs, our risk, and makes our maintenance actually go a lot quicker when things go bad. And so I know how important that your job is. It's more than just drawing a map. It's more about identifying the resources and making sure we know how to get there and find them when flood covers up our manholes. When our bridges are gone, we can't find them. A lot of times GIS helps us to find those things. Not bridges, I mean other smaller items, sorry. But thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know I bother some of our board members here that we have the public up here, but I think it looks beautiful with the flags here. If you can come up here and take the photo, please.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Oh, we need to vote. Brandy.
Yeah, we're not done. Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaldro Hernandez.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. Come on up. Okay. Moving on, we have item number 10. We proclaim November 18th through the 22nd as Crash Responder Safety Week in Doña County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have
I'll
a motion.
second.
Okay, I have a
can
motion
second.
by Commissioner Reynolds and a second by Vice Chair Murillo. Take it away, Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Today, we acknowledge the essential work of crash responders, those who put their lives at risk daily to keep our roads safe including firefighters, EMS personnel, law enforcement officers, and tow truck operators. We received a request from the DASO for us to highlight certain statutes that our residents may not know, may not be aware of. 66-7-4, obedience to police officers. No person shall willfully fail to refuse to comply with any lawful order or direction by any police officer invested by law with authority to direct, control, and regulate traffic. Statute 66-7-332, operation of vehicles on approach of authorized emergency vehicles. Upon the immediate approach of an authorized emergency vehicle displaying flashing emergency lights, or when the driver is giving audible signal by siren, exhaust, whistle, or bell, the driver of every other vehicle shall yield the right of way and shall immediately drive to a position parallel to and as close to as possible the right-hand edge or curb of the roadway, clear of any intersection, and shall stop and remain in that position until the authorized emergency vehicle has passed, except when otherwise directed by a police officer. Statute 66-7-374, texting while driving. No one does that. So a person shall not read or view a text message or mutually type or on a handheld mobile communication device for any purpose while driving a motor vehicle except to summon medical or other emergency help, or unless that device is an amateur radio and driver holds a valid amateur radio operator license issued by the Federal Communications Commission. So in New Mexico, motor vehicle traffic crash-related injuries were the second leading cause of injury death in 2020. In Doña County, there were 4,597 total crashes in 2019, resulting in 1,464 fatal and injury crashes. And Crash Responder Safety Week is to remind our residents and our visitors of the need to be alert on the roads as our emergency responders are at work. These are injuries and deaths that we can control. Today, the Undersheriff, Ms. Tessa Beta, is going to join us to receive the proclamation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Greetings, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and County Manager. My name is Tessa Abeda, Undersheriff for DASO, and I'm joined today by Captain Richard Drake and Lieutenant Eric Flores, who is in charge of our traffic division. Today, we actually would have had more individuals from DASO join us with our traffic division, but they are responding to a crash right now, which I think highlights the need for them and to make sure that we are honoring the work that they do. As a mother with twins who are going through driver's ed right now, I am constantly looking up the different laws and working with them to see what do we do when there is an accident and how do we make sure not only that we're keeping ourselves and others safe, but how do we keep our first responders safe that are there to help out those injured. I want to turn the podium over to Lieutenant Flores in charge of our traffic division, who has some other tips.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. First, I'd like to thank you for this proclamation and this honor. We do have a dedicated team of traffic division deputies who dedicate their days to trying to make the streets of Doña County safe. We participate in several different grant projects to help do that, STEP, Buckle Up, NDWI. But we don't just enforce statutes and laws on the streets. They also spend a lot of time educating the community, spend a lot of time in the schools, and participating in different projects there, such as our Shattered Lives program. We just like to ask the public, please don't text while you drive. Please don't speed. Please make sure that you buckle up your seatbelt, and please don't drive while you're intoxicated. These are some of the most common factors we see in some of our great bodily injury or death crashes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, can you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Crash Responders Safety Week is dedicated to educating the public on what is required by the move over law when approaching incident scenes, including slowing down and changing lanes when safe to do so. And whereas crash responders, including firefighters, emergency medical services personnel, law enforcement officers, towing operators, and other incident response professionals put their lives at risk each day to ensure our roads remain safe and accessible. And whereas New Mexico is taking action to improve roadside safety with projects that address high-risk areas and driver behaviors through initiatives by the New Mexico Department of Transportation and collaborative efforts with local governments. And whereas national data shows a steady rise in struck-by incidents across the country, unfortunately, we see instances in our own community where those responding to crashes suffer injuries or death due to inattentiveness of our motorists. And whereas every day the brave first responders in our community are exposed to the unknown, including dangers on the road, this week is meant to emphasize the importance of safe driving practices, which will protect these responders and prevent accidents that are avoidable. And whereas the Doña County is committed to raising awareness about safety during incidents to protect the safety of our first responders and reduce the potential for injuries and fatalities among them when responding to accidents and crash scenes. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of 18th through the 22nd of November as Crash Responders Safety Week. And that is our final proclamation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Commissioners, anything to add? Seeing none, Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Congratulations. Okay, we are concluded with our proclamation portion of the agenda and moving on to public comment. If any member of the public would like to give comment that is general, not on a future agenda item, please do come up. There is a white binder to your left. I'll have you sign in before addressing the commission. Can I get a show of hands of who's here today to give public comment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. You will have those 3 minutes to address the commission. Come on up.
Good morning, Chairman Saljo Hernandez and Commissioners. I appreciate you all. My name is Terry Miller, and I'm here today to thank everyone who works in the County Clerk's office for all the effort they put into making our elections go smoothly. A while back, at the end of another election day, I had the opportunity to be an observer during the counting of the absentee ballots. And like this time, there were many absentee ballots to count, and a couple of the races were close. And like this time, it was under the same administration. The entire process was transparent, and every ballot was handled by the election officials with care and caution. I felt so fortunate to be able to see firsthand what it takes to do one of the most important jobs in our country. Was I happy with the outcome of every race? Absolutely not. But I support the results completely, even if some of my preferred candidates did not win, because I am confident my ballot and every other ballot was handled and counted correctly. I'm so glad I live in Doña County, New Mexico. And if there's anyone else in this room who feels like I do, please stand and let's applaud all the people at the county clerk's office who conducted this election with integrity and care. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
My name's Jim Hurst. Mr. Chairman, please record that Susan Chapato has left during my comments. On April 25th, 2023, this commission took the bold action of not authorizing National Day of Prayer ceremony on the north lawn of the county building. The vote was 4-1. The dissenting vote was Commissioner Chaparro. In her remarks, she said that there was no court ruling forbidding prayer on county property. She is correct on that assertion, but that is not the issue. The issue is whether it is appropriate for the county to sponsor a religious service at the county building's north lawn. The commission voted that it was not appropriate, and their decision was well within their authority. On National Day of Prayer, the prayer ceremony was held on the north lawn of the county building in defiance of this commission. Two important things happened at that event. One, the prayer service was a homophobic and transphobic hate fest. And two, Commissioner Chaparro participated in the ceremony. She read the commission's proclamation to an illegal meeting. It was held at a time and place that this commission specifically voted not to authorize. Apparently, she thought that defying the will of this commission was the right thing to do. On June 13th, 2023 commission meeting, I called then Chairman Chaparro out on her participation in the illegal National Day of Prayer ceremony, and I called for her to be censured by this commission. Commissioner Chaparro considered that hateful. Since that day, it seems she has expressed nothing but contempt for me and has expressed it here at the commission meeting by walking out on my comments and making other rude and false comments about me, interrupting me at other meetings that I go to, and making out-of-order complaints against me at those meetings, and being rude to me at other political events. She has lied to me when she offered to meet with me and then ghosted me, all in retaliation for me saying that she has failed in her duty as chair of the county commission to uphold the commission's will and authority. I have not harassed her in any way. I recognize that she does not agree with the views I expressed to this commission, but she is deceitful when she labels them as hate and harassment. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Jerry Scribner, and my wife Penny and I moved here 5 years ago, attracted to New Mexico as a beautiful state, committed to protecting its natural beauty and resources, and led by thoughtful leaders like you on this board and our county clerk, like other officials. We love living here in this vibrant community, nourished by many cultures and students and staff at NMSU. We're here today to urge you to continue to keep your heads when others of your constituents are losing theirs due to the windstorm of misinformation and hate that has painted a picture of America quite different from the truth. We are a strong state and a strong nation with the best economy in the world. The economy and our values are what have made us great and what will keep us the beacon of hope and admiration of the rest of the world. We know it's hard to keep hope alive in these difficult times of militancy and proposals to dismantle our democracy. However, it's possible. America has survived worse periods of failed leadership, and we will again. You can help keep the hope and promise of America alive here in Doña County and New Mexico by continuing to honor and respect all of our residents, including those who disagree. We appreciate your honesty, fundamental decency, and quiet leadership in these difficult times. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Chair. My name is Giovanni Sebastian Hernandez. I am the Southern New Mexico-based building manager with the New Mexico Dream Team, the state's largest youth-led immigrant advocacy network. I also serve as co-chair for the Southern Borders Community Coalition, a coalition of immigration-related nonprofits that serve from Texas to California. And I'm on the National Leadership Committee of United We Dream, the largest youth-led immigrant advocacy agency in the nation. All that being said, following the results of the election, as our friend earlier congratulated the county clerk's office, I'd like to do the same and congratulate them on a well-run election. And as this gentleman just before me said, appreciation of your quiet leadership and steadfastness in your duties. That being said, in the face of overwhelmingly racist, xenophobic, and anti-immigrant incoming presidency, I'd like to encourage this board to keep strong in its previous resolutions. One passed in 2017, another passed in 2020 with immigrant-friendly policies that prevent the Doña Sheriff's Office from cooperating with ICE and CBP and prevent county employees from divulging immigration-related information or from requesting that, which would cover a lot of people in our region, keep a lot of people safe, and do a lot for our communities. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I couldn't quite hear the gentleman's name. I got Hernandez, but I didn't catch the first name.
That's you, sir.
You.
Giovanni.
Giovanni, thank you.
If you want to say it right, it's Giovanni. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Walkinshaw, and I'm just speaking this morning to also support Dr. Lopez Askin in a well-run and free and fair and totally professional election. I was at a meeting where I heard a poll worker who was trained in another state who came to this region, moved here and became a poll worker, and indicated that the training he got from her office and from her was exemplary, far better than anything that he experienced in his former area. And I also just wanted to thank her for everything she did. And again, we know I do know that a recent very national publication listed her as #1 and maybe Doña County as #2 in the nation for well-run elections. So we should be proud and support her office fully. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diane Starbuck Robato. I am a constituent of District 3, Mr. Reynolds. I came here with 3 issues. Thankfully, I don't have to dwell on one of them, was the election. There's a group of us here who had heard rumors that there might be some activity about the election. Thankfully, so far at least, maybe knock on wood, right? Thank you for the well-run election. I don't really think it can be questioned in any way, so thank you very much. Another issue I want to bring up is the prayer opening the meeting. I don't think there's any divine intervention necessary for y'all to make your decisions. You all have brains, you can reason, you can think. And, there's the issue of separation of church and state. So I urge the commissioners to revisit this issue as soon as possible. My last issue is I would like to make an announcement about a work session the city is having. I don't know how long y'all are going to be here, but the work session is at 1 o'clock this afternoon, City Hall. We are going to be discussing a new animal ordinance, which is sorely needed by the city. And I applaud the county has always been ahead of the city as far as protection of animals and what you do. My group, Animal Advocates for Change, has been working on this ordinance for 3 long, hard years. We hope this is the last work session about it, but I would like everybody who can to come to the meeting this afternoon in the city and show your support for this new animal ordinance, which does include fully funded, phased-in, mandatory spay and neuter with exceptions. Thank you for your time.
And anyone else? Come on up.
Good morning, Mark V, District 1. I'm throwing a penalty flag this morning because there's been a misleading that as a public servant, anybody has the right to meet with you. And I would say that as a public servant, Commissioner Hernandez is my commissioner, and I would expect a right to meet with him. But the rest of you, I would not, because I'm not in your district. If you did that, it would be out of the goodness of your heart, not because you're obligated to me as a citizen. Because he's my guy right there. So in Jim coming up and saying that Commissioner Chaparro hasn't met with him, he's not in her district. By virtue or fault or whatever, he lives very close to my godson. I know where he lives, and he is not in his district, so he does not have the right of expectation to a meeting with her. He said, what am I doing to intimidate her? Well, he usually sits in the cheap seats, but the last meeting, he's right here with Cinderella right in front of her. I would say that's intimidation. When you place yourself directly in front of that person, front row, that's being intimidated. So I would say that you guys should come up with some kind of a policy that when one of your members is being targeted, that you suspend those people from being here for a session, 2 sessions, whatever. Thank you. Have a good day. Oh, I do have one last word. We are a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
Seeing no other public comment? Oh, come on up. Form a line. Cutting it off after.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Just a quick note, if you haven't seen, at City Hall, they actually have one of these podiums that moves up and down. So as much as I love seeing all your beautiful faces, I do slightly prefer giving public input over there. But in all seriousness, and on a much lighter note than what we just heard, which, by the way, constitutional republics are democracies. Yeah. Apparently civics education is lacking in this area, but aside from that, I do want to share the highest of praise for the Doña County Clerk's Office for an absolutely wonderfully ran election. And while apparently the rest of this nation is not quite ready or willing to accept women leadership, I think we can be really proud in Las Cruces and in Doña County of the female leadership that we have. So thank you to our clerk. Also, thank you to our deputy clerk, Caroline Zamora, who also did a ton of wonderful work and is actually a huge part of the backbone of our election. So thank you, Caroline, for all your great work. And of course, I'd also like to thank all the wonderful clerk's office employees who are just down the hall over there. They actually work very, very hard, had very long days. When most of us are yelling at the TV or drinking wine or doing lots of different things on election night, those folks are actually working their tails off. So I want to thank them for all their hard work. And I'd also like to thank the poll workers, the election day workers who staff all of the various polling locations we have. Like I said, my name is Abraham Sanchez. I work for the Center for Civic Policy here in New Mexico. We're a statewide organization based out of Albuquerque. But I have to tell you how warm my heart is right now, talking with all of my coworkers and other organizations around the state and letting them know how proud we are of our elections here in Doña County. Along with that, one last thing I want to share some gratitude for is actually postal workers. A lot of people don't often realize, but in this day and age, postal workers are election workers, and they've also continued to do a fabulous job. So I want to share a lot of praise for them on a wonderfully ran election. Again, thank you to everyone. And I will say one more time, constitutional republics are democracies. There are some good books that people can read if they want to learn about that. Thank you all.
Okay, last call. Seeing none, moving on to staff input.
Sir, I'm going to defer my time since we had 5 proclamations there, but just really enjoyed my first full month here and had an opportunity to dig into the strategic plan quite a bit, get to know the team, and I'm loving what I'm seeing and looking forward to work with everyone. And I'll defer the rest of my time to the ACMs or staff that has any additional input.
Mr. Chair.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chair.
And we will.
I think the clerk has something to say.
Okay, we're moving right on to county elected officials input.
And those, Mr. Chair, those who are leaving who spoke in support of our office, if you could just for a second grab a seat, I do have something written that I would like to say, and I would also like to acknowledge your generosity today. So thank you for waiting through the proclamations. They were important, but I know you came for this discussion, so I appreciate you. For those of you who don't know, my name is Amanda Lopez-Askin, and I've been serving as the county clerk since 2018. And I'm going to make a general statement of information. This is not in response to any particular individual, email, question, or candidate. It's not a response to any random social media post or accusation. It is just some general information that I hope is helpful for our community. I have had the privilege of serving in this role for 6 years, and I wanted to talk about some of the misconception and the role of the county clerk's office during elections and to provide clarity on what we do, particularly on election night moving forward. First and foremost, our primary responsibility as a county clerk's office on election night was to administer a fair, accurate, and transparent election. This means our number one priority is counting every vote and ensuring the process is followed meticulously. It's important to note that we purposefully do not know the election results in advance. When I say that I'm literally reloading the pages with you all, that is an absolute fact, whether I'm at home as a candidate or whether I'm in the warehouse or as an administrator. I find out the results the same time as you do. I do not want to know them earlier. We strive to maintain transparency and trust in the process, which is why we make a point to minimize direct contact with candidates on election night and during post-election activity. I have even received text messages from friends, some of my fellow county elected officials that I will not answer. Not because I do not want to give them information, but I don't even want the perception of anybody having any favoritism. And that's a struggle because I want to offer information, but at the end of the day, it's important for me to be as fair and as transparent I can. And so it's actually an easy decision overall. Over the years, I've received numerous calls, texts from candidates on election night asking when the results will be available or what the early trends are. In these instances, if I've responded at all, it's usually only to share information that has already been made public. We avoid engaging in any communication with candidates that could be perceived as giving preferential treatment. Also, the county clerk's office does not declare winners or comment on individual races. I want to emphasize this because while I completely understand desire for candidates to know more about the results, it is not our role to make those decisions or interpretations. Our role is to count the votes. Campaigns and candidates can make what they want to of the results. But at the end of the day, you will never hear a clerk say, so-and-so is the winner. That just doesn't happen. With that said, it's also essential to clarify that all results shared on election night are unofficial and remain unofficial until the state certification, which happens at the end of November. We make this clear in every communication, and it's something that we repeat continually across all of our platforms, and social media to our press releases. Election results are unofficial because they are still being processed, and the numbers may fluctuate as we count every ballot. These results are not final until they have been fully processed and certified. Accuracy is our top priority. We want results as quickly as possible and continue to prioritize accuracy over expediency. Every vote counts, and we follow the law and our procedures to ensure every vote counts. One area of particular focus this year has been, shockingly, absentee ballots. Due to a law change last year, we are now required, it's not an option, we are now required to stop counting absentee ballots at 11 p.m. on election night. This is a legal requirement and we must comply. However, this does not mean that the counting stops. Example, on election night, our election board, which is our poll workers that handle our absentee ballots, they're done at 11. Our staff continues to receive results from all of the sites. So the question about why did they go up when the absentee board already recessed is because we're continuing to receive results from all of our sites. We have 42 sites across Doña County. And I think maybe our results, our final sites came in about maybe 11 p.m. When we recessed on election night, we had approximately 1,000 absentee ballots to be processed. Where did those come from? Folks that dropped off absentee ballots at our 42 locations that poll workers brought in, they received them by 7 p.m., which is the legal requirement, and then they transferred them to our office with chains of custody, as is our legal requirement. Additionally, we had mail come in that day. So that 1,000 also included that mail batch. So I wanted to make that clear as we did put it in our press release and all of our socials that those amounts were pending. What I learned in 2018 when I got to this job, and if you remember, the more communication, the better. And that's what we were trying to do. If you watched any of our socials, you can see our sites come in. When we say such and site has come in, we know the larger sites people are waiting for, like the government center. Additionally, some ballots, such as military and overseas ballots or write-ins, require special handling and review, which adds time, but is an essential part of ensuring every valid vote is counted. I want to make it clear, there is no conspiracy. There's no foul play in the timing of the results. These are standard procedures. Another point I want to address is that any time legal representation contacts our office, we defer to our legal counsel to ensure we are following the law and protecting the integrity of the election process along with Doña County. My role is also protect our county from any liability. The role of Doña County Legal Department is to communicate with another's legal representative. And once that is triggered, then we take a step back. While I believe the process works well, we also understand that there is always room for improvement. That's why after every election, we conduct a debrief with our election staff, review feedback, and make changes based on what we've learned. I greatly appreciate the comments about our election official training because we have strived every year to improve. We send surveys out every year. They're not always kind when we receive them back, but we take that feedback and we say, okay, is there validity in this? Could we improve? That's why if you've worked for us, you know we have videos, we have hands-on, experiential, we have a website that you can now go to. There's a lot of resources for our poll officials. We send our surveys to our election workers, solicit feedback on the process, and continually strive each cycle to get better. One area I'm particularly proud of is our communication efforts. Thanks to our talented staff, including Cynthia Mendoza and Jacob Slaughter, we've been able to engage with the community more effectively than ever before through our social media, video updates, podcasts, YouTube page, and more. We ensure the public is informed about the election process. We're always open to suggestions on how we can do more. In fact, one of the things that I think that we may implement heading into next year is a candidate training. A lot of the misunderstanding could be solved by a candidate training. What should I expect election night? What is it going to look like? How do the absentee ballots come in? What about the sites? What's the timing? Those things just might be helpful for everyone to be clear about what's happening in election night so there's not any questions that come up that we are basically unable to answer because we are doing the work of the county clerk's office. Additionally, we welcome election challengers, watchers, and observers. The more eyes on the process, the better. I believe transparency is vital, and having observers, challengers, and watchers present only strengthens the integrity of the process. However, it is important to know that those who wish to serve in those roles, they must follow the rules and laws, and they must respect our staff and election officials. Disruptive behavior or any action that interferes with our team's ability to administer election will not be tolerated. The question came this year about whether we had kicked out individuals, and I will say that there were individuals that were asked to leave based on their non-adherence to our expectations, and it wasn't just one party. We had individuals from both parties that had to adhere to that and were asked to leave. Finally, one of our most crucial responsibilities is to protect voter privacy. This includes safeguarding personal protected information, such as our social security numbers that may appear on absentee ballot envelopes. This is a thing in the last few years. If you vote absentee, you know you have been putting your social on there. We have to protect that. Our office takes this responsibility very seriously, and we ensure that the sensitive data is kept secure from unauthorized access. Voters trust us to protect their personal information, and we are committed to doing so with the utmost of care. And that means if there are items as a challenger, watcher, observer that you want to view, and we say you cannot because there is private information of our voters, and you push that, then you will be asked to leave. In conclusion, and before I go into conclusion, I don't know if Mrs. Hulsey is still here. And so as a product of the Las Cruces public school system, we revere teachers in our home. And I did want to acknowledge Mrs. Hulsey in the back there, who was one of my backbone teachers from many years ago. So thank you, Mrs. Hulsey. I appreciate you. And I will say, it is absolutely just heartwarming, and it is just really moving to have you all show up for us this morning. The criticism that we take, I take it because I signed up for this role. On some level, regardless of what I want to or not, I chose to be an elected official. There's a higher standard of criticism that I must take, and I accept that. What I really, really get emotional about, what brings it out in me, is those who question our staff in terms of their integrity. They are county employees that frankly don't make enough money, but show up every single day to make sure that our county has the election that they deserve. They are exceptional. I do not deserve them. I am so grateful that they continue to work for our office, and anytime that I can do anything for them and I can say yes to them and offer them anything, I will, because they have proven again and again what stellar community members they are, and Doña County is fortunate to have them. Additionally, imagine walking into this role and running an election of this magnitude. And I will say, because I did have to take a step back, Caroline Zamora has shouldered the criticism, the stress, and the public face of running this election. And I will tell you, she could not have done it with better grace, fortitude, strength, calmness. And so all the kudos that I received, I'll take them. But I also want to share them with her, because I literally knew that when I had to take a step back because I was on the ballot, that you all were in good hands and that she has the highest level of integrity and would make great decisions, and she had proven to do so. So, yes. I promise I'm almost done. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that the work we do is about serving our community and ensuring accurate elections. Our team has worked tirelessly to ensure that every election is fair, accurate, and transparent as possible. While I know no election is ever perfect, I am confident that our office is committed to continually improving and doing everything possible to ensure the integrity of our election. I appreciate the trust you've placed in our office and the over 350 election officials from our community who are literally on the front line of democracy. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for tolerating my long-windedness. I don't do this often, but I wanted to make sure to talk about some of the things that have come up. And all of you who took the effort to show up today to support us. We see you, we hear you, we take it in, and it feeds us for sure. So thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other elected official comments? No?
Good morning, Chair Salazar Hernandez, Vice Chair Murillo, Commissioners Reynolds, Sanchez, and Chaparro, Gina Eugenia Montoya Ortega, Assessor, along with Mr. Ruben Reyes, Chief Deputy. We just wanted to talk about, we do know that constitutional amendments did pass. We've had a few people that have reached out in reference to thinking, these are the exemptions for the veterans. This is where the 4,000 will now go to the 10,000. Also new is all veterans with any type of disability will get exemptions on their taxes for their properties. So we just wanted to inform the public that this is not a decision that the assessor can make, nor can the commissioners, nor can the county manager. This is actually something that will have to go through legislation. It will be introduced now in 2025 in the January session. Once that happens, amendments to 7-37-5 and 7-37-5.1 will have to be made. The legislation will have to state the effective date of the changes. Once that happens, TRD, which is Tax and Revenue Division, Property Tax Division, also known as PTD, and all the assessors in New Mexico will implement the changes based on the legislation. This is very important because a lot of people, like I said, believe that we in the assessor's office, we are the ones that are going to determine when this happens and how it happens, which is not true. Once we get more information, we will be more than happy to share this. We just don't want people to think that we're not doing this because we don't want to. We are not the legislation. We do not make those decisions. Also, Mr. Reyes would like to say a few things.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair, Vice Chair. I'd just like to say that we also have a GIS department in our office that plays a vital role in the county. So I like to give them recognition for proclamation of National GIS Day next week, which is the 20th. So I would like to let everybody know of anything that you need parcel-based wise. That's where it comes from, our GIS department in the assessor's office.
And I'm sorry, one last thing. I would just like to reiterate what Dr. Amanda Askins Lopez said. Our staff, we as well are an elected office, and our staff does work for the county, and they do not deserve when people come in and are not very nice to them. If people ever have any problems with the assessor's office, I'm here all the time, Ruben's here all the time, Mr. Reyes. Please reach out to us. We are here to work and try to see what we can do to help all the residents of Doña County, whether or not they want to hear what we have to say or how we say it. We are also about fair and transparency and equitable to all taxpayers. Thank you.
Any other county elected official comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to commission comment. Seeing none. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, she's not present, and I was going to be grateful for Ms. Zamora. I was going from polling place to polling place on election day because I was a candidate, and there are some blank spots in my district just because it's some East Mesa. And so, Dr. Askin, please give her my appreciation because I texted her. I wasn't able to get the internet because we have dead spots. And your office was kind enough to send me information that constituents were calling and requesting from me. And by the way, I was the one that picked up the voting signs at the Doña East campus because people kept knocking them down for some reason. So if you get a report on that, it was me. I was picking up the signs. But thank you for your hard work. And I truly appreciate the very quick response regarding different polling stations. I didn't have that information available. So please thank Ms. Zamora.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other commission comment? Seeing none, we will move on to minutes, where we will approve the minutes from October 22nd, 2024. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Any comments? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call us, please.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo? Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Thank you. Moving on to approvals. Okay, so we're being asked for a break really quick, which is perfectly fine. If we do take a break, I would like us to move hearings and item number 15 to be the next thing that we hear on the agenda, just due to time constraints of a 12 p.m. cutoff. So if you're all in favor of that, we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:10 to hear item number 15. Thank you. Cool. Okay. Well, everyone, the time is 11:10, and I'm going to go ahead and bring this meeting back to session. Okay, we are going to skip down to item number 15 due to some time constraints. After item 15, we will go back to item 12, 13, and 14. So right now, item number 15 is to approve an ordinance enacting an improvement special assessment program within Doña County. Do we have a motion? We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Take it away.
Mr. Chair, we have Eric Christensen from Adelante online with a presentation he'd like to provide for us. And I think I'd like to go ahead and just start with that.
Okay. Eric, thank you for joining us today. It was great talking to you on the phone on Friday. Thank you for joining us.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you so much for having me. I apologize for not being there in person, but I really appreciate you and your staff accommodating my scheduling conflicts here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully everyone can hear me all right.
We can hear you just fine. Keep going.
Perfect. And hopefully everyone can see the screen in front of, or the screen that I've just shared.
Yes, sir. You're good to go.
So my hope is to really provide a general overview of the New Mexico CPACE program, and then obviously, open it up to any questions that you might have. Before I dive into the details, I just wanted to highlight the unique nature of CPACE financing as an alternative source of financing for commercial properties. And so it's really unique in the sense that it's a partnership in between the private sector. So the funding of improvements on commercial properties is done purely through the private sector, but the local government facilitates the placement of a government lien or improvement special assessment on a property. And so this special assessment provides capital or lenders, capital providers or lenders with greater security in terms of their investment into that property. So I just wanted to highlight that function before I go through the details of the program. So as was mentioned, and I can't seem to, here we go. My name is Eric Christensen. I'm a project manager with Adelante Consulting. We're a New Mexican environmental consulting company that is based out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. This program is a program of the New Mexico Economic Development Department. And so we were contracted for the next 4 years to serve as the program administrator for the New Mexico CPACE program. So CPACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy. As I mentioned, it's an alternative source of financing for improvements to commercial properties. It covers both the direct and indirect costs related to 4 categories of improvements. So that's energy efficiency, reducing water consumption, renewable energy, and building resiliency. And resiliency can refer to wildfire and stormwater management, anything within along those lines. And then eligible properties would include any privately owned commercial, agricultural, industrial, or multifamily property of 5 or more dwelling units. And this includes properties that are owned by a not-for-profit organization. So this program has been set up across the U.S. We have over 90 CPACE lenders, $7 billion funded on over 3,300 commercial properties across the country. Just to give you a sense of the active CPACE programs. Again, I seem to be freezing here. Here we go. You'll notice that we have about 32 states that have active CPACE programs, a few others that have also passed state enabling legislation, and then there's also Washington, D.C. How the program is established. So first, the state authorizes legislation. This was done in 2023 in New Mexico through the Improvement Special Assessment Act via House Bill 228. And then it requires counties or municipalities to opt in. For counties, it would require an ordinance, which is the one being proposed today. And then municipalities also would need to adopt a resolution that allows for the county's ordinance to apply within their jurisdiction. And so again, you know, CPACE lenders provide the funds without any public dollars or subsidy. I wanted to give a brief overview of the application process. So, you know, the first step is we're open to answer any questions from any interested stakeholders, but very, very early on in the process, we connect the property owner and the capital provider to agree to financial terms. Once they've done that, they would submit their project application to us as the statewide program administrator, and we would have 10 to 20 business days to approve their application or request outstanding documents. So I just want to highlight that we're not turning any applicants away unless they don't meet, you know, the requirements of the state statute. So that's really our guiding, you know, principle. I wanted to highlight a few of the key necessary documents for an application. So our application form, which serves as a checklist, is the key one. I'll touch a little bit more on lien holder consent, but any lien holders on the property would have to give their consent for CPACE financing to be used on a property. And then there is a certificate of eligible improvements by a professional that certifies the types of improvements meet the categories required for the financing. And so as a program administrator, once we've certified that we have all the necessary documentation, we would approve the application. We would then notify a designated representative of the county. Typically, this has been, and I believe this is proposed in your ordinance, has been the county manager, but we defer to the county in terms of who that representative would be. And they would be the one that signs off on 3 closing documents, and then the lien could be recorded. So something I wanted to highlight here is in earlier versions of the program, and some states still work this way, there was more of an administrative burden on the county. And so the funds would actually flow through the county, and the payments or the repayments of the CPACE financing would be found on the property tax bill. And then the county would be responsible for dispersing those funds. So many states are revising their legislation, and New Mexico being a more recent program, they opted not to have this feature, and instead one of the closing documents that the county signs off on passes the responsibility for billing and collecting the funds to the capital provider. So again, it just takes away a lot of the administrative burden from the county. So from a county's perspective, it's passing legislation, and then once notified that an applicant has been approved, they would sign off on 3 closing documents, and that would really be the county's role, other than anything else that they would like to be involved in. And so this is highlighted in the next portion of the flow chart, where then once the application is approved and the closing has taken place, the lender would then disperse the funds to the property owner, all of the funds up front, and then they would start the billing and collection process as per their agreement. Once the repayment is completed, then the release of lien would be recorded with the county. So hopefully that gives an overview of the application process. Some of the typical measures that are funded, and you can see how they slot into those 4 categories, which are meant to be very broad categories, and it's really for the applicant to make their case of how they would fit in. But typical ones revolve around lighting upgrades, HVAC systems, building envelope, water conservation measures. In terms of renewable energy, we often look at microgrids, solar, EV charging stations, and then resiliency, I already mentioned, but wildfire resiliency, stormwater management could play into that. So the general CPACE benefits, it can finance up to 100% of direct and indirect costs. Lenders sometimes will have a cap for larger projects of how much of the capital stack they're willing to finance. So that's something to be aware of. But for smaller to mid-sized projects, it can finance up to 100%. There are fixed interest rates for up to 30 years to repay. A feature that I found very interesting is it has a 3-year look-back period. So if an applicant has their application approved, any improvements that were made within 3 years of that application being approved can also qualify for refinancing. It's secured by a property lien, and this is the role that the local government plays in the county, not a personal guarantee. and it's non-accelerable in the event of default. And then just quickly, we like to take a look at, the benefits to the various stakeholders. Just freezing again. Here we go. So from the perspective of property owners and developers, overcoming the upfront costs of a potential project, increasing the property value. Sometimes the operating costs are lowered through energy efficiency measures to such an extent that it outweighs the payment. So that's obviously beneficial. And because it's a special assessment that is on the property, it is transferable upon sale, which can be beneficial to the property owner. In terms of county and municipal governments, we really see this as an economic development tool. So job creation, enhancing local building stock for local government that has sustainability goals, reducing the carbon footprint of buildings can be key, increasing the resiliency of buildings within their jurisdiction, and to a certain extent, higher property tax payments through the increased value of buildings that have had improvements made on them. And then for benefits to capital providers, as was mentioned, there's stronger security for investors due to the improvement special assessment that's placed on the property, which gives them seniority in terms of the lien order. And then there's increased collateral value and cash flow as well, connected to C-based financing deals. Benefits for existing lien holders. So again, they're able to enhance their property value, improve the building's longevity, and they're able to see their collateral improved without a significant increase in credit risk. So if you look at C-based financing across the US, there's been a very low level of default with these types of deals. So that can be quite heartening. And then the other important piece is that lien holders have to give their consent for financing to go through, so they're not cut out of the equation. And we kind of covered this, but there's a few frequently asked questions that we receive. One of them is related to seniority of lien holders, and we've drawn some language here from the statute. Reading kind of midway through the paragraph, it speaks to how the special assessment lien shall have priority superior to all liens, claims, and titles, except a lien for general ad valorem property taxes or an improvement district lien that is co-equal to property taxes. And so this is really what allows capital providers to offer longer-term competitive interest rates to property owners. And then we often, get questions from local government about liability, both within the statute and the ordinance. There's language included that ensures that a county is not liable in any way for the debt of the property owner, is not a third-party obliger, is not pledging or lending its credit to the property owner. So the role of local government is really facilitating the placement of this government lien on a property. I believe we already covered it, but again, billing and collection in these newer forms of the program is the responsibility of the capital provider, so not a burden to the county. Interest rates are determined as they are in the private sector, so it's really a discussion between the property owner and the capital provider. A program administrator doesn't play a role in this. There's a question about administrative fees. So our program administrative fee is only paid upon closing, and this is really our only source of funding for the program. And so it's outlined in our program guidebook, which accompanies the ordinance, but it would be 1% of the total financing with a cap at $25,000. And so that amount can be rolled into the financing amount that is then spread across the term. And then in terms of the responsibility of the program administrator, we do a lot of educational outreach. We're always happy to collaborate with counties and municipalities in reaching out to property owners within their jurisdiction. Obviously, a key component of our responsibility is processing project applications. Currently, since the program is so new, we're also supporting counties and municipalities to opt in across the state. And then for any local governments that opt in to the CPACE program, we provide semi-annual reports on their financing loan portfolio. And just some kind of updates for New Mexico. As I mentioned, legislation was only passed last year Our company was brought on board in February and the program launched in April, so it's very recent. But Bernalillo County and Albuquerque passed their ordinance and resolution in May and June of this year. Santa Fe County passed their ordinance in mid-September. The city is hoping to pass the resolution by the end of the year. And then other connected counties other than Donna Ana has been Sandoval, Valencia, McKinley, Curry, Taos, San Juan, and Los Alamos. Taos is looking likely to pass their legislation by the end of November. They have a project there that's hoping to utilize financing. And then Santa Fe County closed our first New Mexico CPACE transaction at the end of September, and that was the Bishop's Lodge Resort. And I'll pull that up as a case study just to kind of give a sense of the types of projects that can be financed. The other two pieces I wanted to highlight is we're currently connected to about 10 out-of-state approved capital providers with CPACE financing experience. They typically fund projects of $500,000, $1 million and up. And we realize that there is a gap for property owners in terms of those smaller to mid-sized projects that are under $1 million. And so that's something that we're trying to work with local credit unions and financial institutions. I'm actually going to go be presenting to the Credit Union Association of New Mexico right after this. And so we're really hoping to fill that gap and also have lenders who can support smaller projects within your jurisdiction. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. And then in terms of case studies, Bishop's Lodge was a really significant CPACE transaction. I do want to highlight that it's not your typical one. It was $76 million, which is large when you just look across projects across the country. So that was definitely on the higher end. And what they did was they recapitalized on energy and water efficiency improvements made during a renovation that began in 2021. So that's using that 3-year look back period. And then they're also making improvements still to be made on the property, including a wastewater treatment facility. And so this was quite unique because the property owner was interested in utilizing CPACE financing because it allowed them to refinance their existing senior loan and transition to a more favorable financing term. So that was another benefit of this transaction. And so some of the improvements that were made were related to interior and exterior lighting, high efficiency HVAC and domestic hot water systems, high performance building envelope, low flow plumbing fixtures, and as I mentioned, the wastewater reclamation and desert landscaping facilities. And so some of the resulting annual utility savings was over 600,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. Natural gas, you'll notice it was a negative 6,000 therms, and that's because there was a switch to electrical to natural gas. So there was an increase in natural gas, but a decrease in electricity. And then over 5 million gallons of water was going to be saved annually, and over 800,000 pounds of CO2 was also going to be avoided annually. And so the dollar amount in terms of the utility savings per year was estimated at $66,438. So hopefully that gives a sense, even though that's a bit of a larger project, of what CPACE financing could be used for. I brought in a few other case studies from other jurisdictions just because we're pretty new. This one is from Chicago, Illinois. It was about $2.5 million over 20 years. They repurposed an abandoned property that was formerly occupied by a big box store, and they turned it into an indoor farm. And so it lists, the annual electricity savings, utility bill savings, very similar improvements to the other project that I mentioned. And another example is this one from Michigan, which was the Meadow Valley Senior Living facility. And this was $18 million over 25 years, a new construction that provided 50 independent living units, 60 assisted living units, and 44 memory care units. And this one, quite significant, had a net 25-year savings of over $25 million. And then again, some of the similar improvements that we've seen in the past. We're also excited. Next week, we're hoping to close our second transaction in Santa Fe County related to a retreat center. And as I mentioned, Taos is hoping to pass their legislation, and a hotel is hoping to utilize CPACE financing there by the end of the year as well. And just before I wrap up, I did want to highlight our website, www.nmcpace.com. It's a helpful landing place just to kind of go over, eligibility requirements. All of our documentation can be found there for particular counties and just for our program in general. But of course, we would also be happy to speak to anyone who'd be interested. And I've included my contact information. Would love to chat to property owners and see how this might support their project. My understanding, and I'm just going to stop sharing my screen here. My understanding is that Bob Pofal, who is someone who lives down in your area and is hoping to utilize CPACE financing for a number of projects in the Doña County area, is at the meeting, and I believe would also be willing to kind of share a little bit about those projects. But I would also love to open it up for any questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your presentation. Any questions from the commissioners at this point?
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Okay, at this point in time, thank you, Eric, for joining us today. I really do appreciate that. Do we have any public comment? Any members of the public that would like to make a comment? Please come on up.
Mr. Pofal, you've been mentioned, so you should probably come up first. Sorry, sir.
Okay,
I didn't mean.
we got it. No worries.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for taking time to do this, and thanks for having this on the agenda. And I do want to recognize the hard work that Nathan Small, our representative here, spent the last 3 years along with the Economic Development Department working to get this passed in the state, and so we appreciate their work. And we believe this need is great for our county. We don't live in a place like Dallas or Denver or Chicago where all the big banks are and financing, so everything that we can do to gain more capital to finance our projects is extremely important. And CPACE does that. It improves the efficient financing for sustainable building components, which is an important part of what we want to do here in this state. And it improves the financing structure. Today, over the last years, as banking has gotten very difficult, the traditional methods of banking, particularly in cities like Las Cruces and states like New Mexico, it's difficult. They have limited funds. Just the banking world with the crashes of the banks in California we all know about, it's very difficult to borrow money. So we now, as developers and building owners, we have to do what we call a capital stack. We'll have 2 or 3 types of debt and 2 or 3 kinds of equity. And this adds a great deal. This reduces, we still have to pay it back, but it's a different kind of debt from the local bank. And so it's very important for us. And right now we have additional medical buildings that we want to build at the Three Crosses Medical Campus, that this would be key. We have a pharmaceutical manufacturing company that we'd like to see somewhere in the county soon. And then 2 hotels, one at the Three Crosses campus and one downtown. And CPACE would make those projects possible. Again, we think also it's an economic development generator. We all want jobs and economic development in our community. And this is, I believe, an important part of that. And we've been following this for a long time. And we have to compete with other states. Now we have to compete because Albuquerque and Santa Fe are ahead of us. We're competing with northern New Mexico. So we need this here, but Texas has had it for a long time. And they've already been adding it to their capital stack for projects. So we need this to compete, to keep the jobs or bring the jobs here to Las Cruces. And then that's kind of the main structure of it. We've studied it and watched it for years as we've watched this come along. And so we really would greatly appreciate the county commissioners approving this because it's an important part of economic development for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. No, come on.
Sorry. Good morning, Commissioner Chaljo, Chairman, and Commissioners. As a community leader, I've been working on renewable energy for several years now. We worked on House Bill 41. We got it approved this last session. House Bill 41 is clean fuel standards. That's about the feedstock. What kind of feedstock do we take? So having CPACE approved would allow us to move forward with these renewable projects that are going to put Doña County and New Mexico at the forefront. I could tell you there's probably the largest biofuel renewable, 100% renewable diesel plant and hydrogen plant coming to New Mexico, creating also electricity based on their steam. So we need these mechanisms that are available. It's part of the toolbox that's state approved. So please help us in moving these forward. Any questions that you may have on renewable fuels, let me know. I can share stuff with you guys, but I've been following that for the last 10, 15 years, and it's something that's needed. Take a look at our new energy standards. We're moving up in energy standards. We should also be moving up in renewable fuels to keep up with the demand. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys this morning, and I'll continue to share my thoughts with county management, now with Jonathan and Scott. Jonathan and I have been talking about some of this stuff for a long time, and thank you for what you guys did with the renewable charging stations. So thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Come on up.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Devin McLaughlin. I work with a developer in the area. I'll try to keep it short and sweet and not revisit what they already covered, but we just think this is the type of common sense win-win initiative that benefits everybody in the county, and we would certainly love to see pass. This is supporting green investment in the county, which benefits everyone's well-being. It also increases property taxes and building values. So we think this is just something that helps everyone. Especially these projects are so long-term that financing can be one of the biggest, if not the biggest costs if you're looking at a 20, 30-year investment. So it's important to accommodate all options that are available that seem to work well. So thank you all for the time. Thanks for bringing this initiative forward. So thank you all.
Thank you. Next up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commission. Thank you. I'm Luis Marcus. I'm with the New Mexico Economic Development Department. I just want to speak in favor of this, very much so. I first learned about CPACE probably about 2 years ago from one of your LIDA companies. In a LIDA project that we were doing down in Santa Teresa, they asked me about it. So I had to learn about it on the fly. I would also like to thank Mr. Christensen for all of the information on this program. It's complex, but it's a game changer. And from the perspective of economic developers, it's a game changer for job creators. So just wanted to go ahead and put our support behind it, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any elected official comment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Rodriguez, County Treasurer. I'm here in case you had any questions about CPACE, but I think Mr. Eric during the presentation presented it very well and very clear. I just wanted to, and then I asked the assessor to be here with me today. I just wanted to make sure we clarify any misconception that these loans will be on the tax bill or will be managed or collected by the county treasurer. That is not how this works. As a matter of fact, treasurers played a huge stake in 2023 with HB 228, which created this CPACE statute by providing sufficient input from county treasurers saying that we did not want to collect for private industry. That was a constitutional issue that we had with the previous PACE programs. Another thing that we had issue with is the priority of lien being superior to mortgages, and our real estate, our banking industries here locally had big concerns about that because that could be affected to the people getting loans throughout the area, not being able to qualify for mortgage loans because of that priority lien. So many thanks to Representative Nathan Spall, who worked with us and brought us to the table to clarify, to really clean up the bill from 2009 and have what we have now. And now it's a program that could be very beneficial to our community. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you. Anyone else? Chair. Yes.
I just wanted to mention that in times that we feel we're not being watched, in fact, I got an email from Ms. Guillermo Flores, who's the communication director over at NADBank. She just wanted to remind us that they can also carry some of the CPACE funding projects as well. So just want to let you know.
Thank you. Okay. Commission, any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Ordinance is approved.
That does have a number? 354-2024.
Thank you, Brandy. And thank you for joining us today, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
I appreciate you, sir. Okay, now we will go back to our regularly scheduled with approvals. Number 12, which is a sole source contract with New Point Healthcare Advisors for consultation related to the Memorial Medical Center lease agreement for an amount up to $231,000. Do we have a motion and a second?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by Commissioner Sanchez. Welcome, Jamie. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. Nelson Gooden and I are presenting this to you. Again, I believe that we, during the last 2 weeks, were able to answer some of the questions about the scope of work and the purpose of this contract. So just to kind of reassure everyone, we are looking at 3 phases, and the contract clearly states that the contractor will not move on to the next phase unless they have written approval from the county to do so. And we will take either the hours of their consultants or the total contract amount and allocate appropriate dollar amounts to each of those phases. So at any point, we can move on and we still have the resources, either hours or funding, which would equal the funding to complete the next phases. And I tried to do a better job of describing the actual deliverables that we all will receive based on this work. So again, I am recommending that we approve this contract because I think we need to begin really taking a deep dive into the lease purchase and asset agreements with Memorial Medical Center and setting ourselves up for the next 20 years to have a very clear understanding of what the requirements are and how we're going to evaluate the reporting that we get from Memorial. So if there are any other questions, I will try to answer them. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
One comment. Ms. Michael and I sat down for about an hour the other day and went over all this. Her recommendation to say that we look at this more as what are our deliverables more than the contract. And I think that's something that we didn't have the first time we looked at it. And just the whole concept of saying what are we expecting to get out of this contract and how are we going to do it is probably the most important thing. Something else we discussed, which neither of us were really comfortable with, but we had to talk about it, and that is the fact that if we just do part of the contract and we probably won't get what we need out of it. We may have to do the whole thing just to get where we need and then just trying to manage it in stages. And since they're charging us by the hour, we can try to limit it if it's not going the right direction. So thank you for your time, Ms. Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you. And I know, and Ms. Michael, thank you so much for the conversation that we had. I appreciated understanding, and I just wanted to make sure to share my thoughts, which I shared with you, with the rest of the commissioners, which was, I think, I think the biggest priority we need to figure out is whether or not the contract as written is being complied with. And I think I know that's going to be considered part of that first phase. And to me, like I said, I think that should really be our main priority, is to figure that out. Because I think if it is, then if we have that toll gate to understand what is it the commission wants to do, what do we want to look for, some changes to the agreement? How do we work with the city of Las Cruces to move that forward? And then even understand with the city of Las Cruces if they are also on the same page as we are. So I think that's number one. I think the second piece had been, I think, similar to what Commissioner Reynolds has said, with the different approaches of whether or not we want to proceed with the contract. I think it was, like I said, because of my thought is let's understand that first phase before we move on. And I know what Ms. Michael had shared with me is that if we didn't approve the whole contract and we decided to only do the first part of it, and then once we reached that, there was concern that if we didn't approve at least at a minimum with phases or toll gates with this process, that then we would have to go back and do a sole source bid again, and that would essentially slow us down if we decided we wanted to continue on and move forward with this. So, like I said, I think, given that, and I think given kind of what Ms. Michael had presented today, I'm good with moving forward with this. I do want to, also state for the record, my concern and my hope is that as we do the analysis of the contract, that we do have an understanding of making sure that what is written versus is what we're holding it, enforcing and looking at. My concern with many times when we have discussions about contracts is the intent of versus what is written. And I think if that is clear to all parties, then so be it. But I just want to make sure that we caution that we are doing this with eyes wide open and understanding that, like I said, with what the city of Las Cruces is believing, and we move forward together as a partner with them. But obviously we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we feel as a party of the contract that we're going to make the best decision we can for Doña County. But otherwise, I'm good with as presented. And like I said, Ms. Michael, I appreciated the conversation and being able to ask those questions in advance. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, my only question is how often will you be updating the commission on the information that they provide?
Commissioner Cheldo Hernandez, I can update as often as you would like, or I can wait until some of these benchmarks are met. I do believe within the first phase, and I don't have a timeline for that yet, but I think there should be a sit down with the consultants and some representatives from the board and the county manager. I do hope to get more of a timeline for you so you can see kind of a benchmark for each of these, a timeline for each of these phases and deliverables. So that might be the first thing I get to you, and I'm hoping to have the contract fully executed in the next week or so. So I can probably be prepared to bring something during the next meeting that's more specific with updates.
I think that's a great plan, is to get that schedule from them and present it as soon as possible. When you get it, I think this Board of County Commissioners also needs to be getting it. If they are sending you emails on updates of what they're doing, or they're asking for information or receiving information, I ask that this Board of County Commissioners gets that information the moment you do. I do not want to be last to know about this contract. I don't want this to be IPR'd before I get my eyes on it. I understand that this contract is going to be housed in HHS.
I'm not sure if it will be housed in HHS or legal.
Where will it be housed?
Nelson, will your department be overseeing this contract? Is that most appropriate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't know that we've had any discussion about that. I guess, yeah, legal can take care of it.
We usually work very well together, so I'm sure both of us will be communicated with at the same time, and Nelson and I will figure out who will be responsible for pushing the information to you all immediately.
Yes, I think that's much needed. Make sure that it is given to the attorney the 2 ACMs, our county manager, the 5-member board, with something that is this much in the public eye, I just want to be kept informed. I think that's something that's really needed on this side of the dais. But besides that, if you can make those, if you can agree to those things, I don't see an issue with this moving forward either.
We're on it, sir.
Thank
Hear
you.
you loud and clear.
Any other comments, questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Chaparro? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve item 13, resolution delegating the county manager authority to issue proclamations.
Okay, moving on to item number 13, we do have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. Do we have a second? I will second. Okay, County Manager, go ahead.
I'll be brief on this one. As you saw tonight, we had a few proclamations. So in the process of looking everything across the board, this was an item to me take on the administrative role and just try to screen these items in advance and hopefully not go through the voting process for each of them and hopefully save us a little time.
All right, so just to kind of go over this as well, so anyone wishing to have a proclamation issued shall notify the county manager at least 2 weeks prior. The request shall include an explanation of the accomplishments, contributions, or matters to be recognized with a list of individuals. And the proclamation will be presented by the county manager at the regularly scheduled BOCC meeting. Is there any other kind of like change up in how this is going to go? Can you give us a little bit of a rundown of what you're imagining on this?
Sure, in advance, I would just screen all those items and make sure that the board is not caught off guard on any topics. And we would present as usual. This isn't, again, to bypass processes, but to streamline them, sir.
Okay, commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Okay, so we will not need a vote to approve the proclamations. So will we need to state that they are also approved by acclamation then?
I missed that last part, sir.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
So if we don't need to vote on the proclamations, do we need to actually pass them by acclamation?
In the
Okay, no, Mr. Gooden says no.
Yeah, in the proclamation, in the resolution, it says is authorized to issue proclamations recognizing the accomplishments and contributions done by the county manager. So no, we would no longer be
Just wanted to
taking a
clar-
vote.
Just want to clarify it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Chair, about on doing this, I mean, wasn't it being delegated by the county manager in the past? I mean,
So
what's the difference? That's what I want to know.
what the difference would be in the way that I am reading this as well is that we will no longer be making a motion in a second and taking a vote on the proclamations. We'll do it more so how the city of Las Cruces does it, where they call one up. They can be sponsored by a member of the board, by a member of county staff. If GIS wanted to be done by Ms. Amesworth, she could have done that, issued the proclamation. The county manager could have done it, but we'll no longer have to actually take a vote and go through all that. Hopefully,
Signatures and all that.
yeah, hopefully it would be shortening the length of time that we would take for proclamations.
But a commissioner, I mean, I'm not going to be here anymore, but a commissioner will be able to ask the county manager, I want this
Yeah.
proclamation.
Anyone wishing to have a proclamation would just have to make that request to the CM's office.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
Just a quick question, and I guess maybe I'll just have to let it be really, I think, in the end, but I think I'm just concerned with if any of us have any concerns with the wording or the writing of said proclamation. is there any chance that we'll be able to get to see those or address those in advance with you or the staff, Dr. Andrews?
We can certainly work through that, sir.
I know you said you want to make sure that we're not blindsided. I completely respect that, and I understand the goal of this, so I don't want to stand in the way of that. I just want to have some understanding, because I think while rare, there has been the occasional time that maybe a few of us have had concerns with how a proclamation was written. So, but I said we'll figure that out as we go along. So, just wanted to at least bring that up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Seeing none, Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo,
Yes.
Chair Saljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion passes.
That has a resolution number. That number is 2024-137.
Thank you, Brandy. Moving on to hearings and ordinances, we have number 14, which is a public hearing for the adoption of Amendment number 6 to the Unified Development Code. We do have our Community Development Director, Ms. Amesworth, here. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm waiting for that presentation. That's not the correct presentation. Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing to adopt Amendment number 6 to the UDC.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I covered these quickly when we did the request for publication, and I will go ahead and present the changes again. If you have questions, please feel free to stop me. So under the administrative authorities and duties, we are proposing that when someone requests a modification on a plat, that it be submitted in conjunction with a plat. And that's because sometimes it comes up, can they just request a modification to subdivision standards? And the only way you can do that is through a plat itself. There's no separate process for that. Under general public hearings, we are including a new section that if an application is denied, then the request cannot be applied for again until a year later, a year from the denial. And that's something that did not carry over from our old ordinance, and it's there for, there's reasons why it's in there. And someone can come back if there are substantial changes that would warrant another application. Decisional criteria for zone changes. We're including a sentence that if there is a conditional approval, that we will then mark the zoning map with a C, and that's so that we can be aware when there are conditions that are carried with a rezoning. We're adding language that a building permit can be refused if there are violations on a property, violations to county codes and ordinances. Adding under expiration of land use applications and compliance with code violations, that an application for any of the zoning applications cannot be submitted if there are violations on the property. So sometimes people come in for a special use permit or a rezoning unless that application is to correct the violation.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner?
I have a quick question about that. When it's talking about a violation on property for like, can you go back to the previous slide? Like the mobile home violations or something like that? If that's so let's say that somebody put a camper in the backyard and allowed their cousin to stay there for some time without getting approval. Is that a permit violation? I think it is, isn't it?
Right, and in fact, you cannot have someone, or an RV is not considered a permanent dwelling by the building code. So you cannot actually install an RV on a property if someone's going to live there. You can have RVs only in approved RV parks, and they're for transient living. So someone shouldn't be there for more than a temporary period.
So if somebody does have an RV, or let's say even a trailer that they've set back there, a small two-bedroom trailer, and they have one sitting back there without a permit, that's a violation, and they would have to correct that violation before we could issue a different, additional permit.
That's correct.
So I'm reading, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and then under conditions for transect zones, we have some caps to the number of RV spaces and to seating in alcohol and food establishments in the T4 zone, and we're proposing to remove those caps. Under general use standards, eliminating travel trailers and recreational vehicles from being permissible in mobile home parks and only allowing them in approved recreational vehicle parks. For commercial vehicle parking, we're basically clarifying where it's appropriate when you can have on-site farm operations or vehicles for on-site farm operations, and clarifying that you can have a cab if you have a property large enough. Under general use standards, we have a lot of ambiguity with regard to accessory buildings and where they're permissible. And it has become quite a challenge to both explain to the public and enforce our regulations. When you have, particularly in residential districts, when you have residential uses that are permitted and you have accessory uses such as garages, carports, it needs to be clear in the code that you cannot have a garage by itself on a residential property, because then that garage becomes the primary use. And garages are not permitted as primary uses in residential areas. So we've had situations out in the county where someone might build a storage building, put electricity there, and conduct activities that are not related to residential, not related to their residential use of the property because they're not living there. And so this language is in there to clarify that unless you have a primary use, typically that would be residential or agricultural, then you cannot have a building that is not that is not being used for something that's permissible as a primary use. And then under outdoor storage, we're also clarifying that outdoor storage is not permitted as a primary use in a residential zoning district. We have quite a few properties in the county where someone might purchase it and then just start storing items out there. There's not even a residence there. They're not planning to live there, but they're using it as a storage area.
We had a couple of cases, we had a couple of cases like that where people were actually saying, we're going to develop something on this property, but there's currently a building there, so I'm going to live there until it's developed, until it's built.
Right.
That's what this is avoiding. Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vice Chair, yes.
So what are the consequences if somebody was to do that? Let's say, an example, a carport, right? That they're gonna do just the top, and then next time you go, they already have it enclosed in like a building, and what are the consequences?
We follow the procedures in our ordinance to put them on notice. If they're not taking measures to correct that problem, then we would cite them to court. In extreme cases, if they've constructed a structure that's not permissible, we may have that building, it may be ordered to be removed. It does become a challenge because enforcement is difficult unless we have cooperation. But if we do have ordinances that are clear and strong, then it makes our case better if we end up in court and having to proceed.
And these cases are taken to magistrate or third judicial?
They do go to magistrate court. There have been cases where we've taken them to district court. It just depends on the violation itself and where we are in that process and how challenging that case is.
Oh, I see. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so for lots, driveways, and residential access, we have in the code standards for streets depending on their level of service. There are some provisions that allow for a reduction in the width and the type of pavement that is used for those, or the surfacing for those roads. It currently states that modification can be granted by the zoning administrator, and we would like to change that to the county engineer. Typically, when somebody comes in with a request like that, they are required to submit an engineer's report that would substantiate that request, It is reviewed by the engineering department, and our department in community development does not grant any modifications without support from county engineering. So it makes sense that the county engineer would make that decision. So principal building, accessory building setbacks, and building height. So this is just to clarify that unless it's otherwise specified, then distances to buildings, there's a table that people would refer to. And there may be other situations where it may be outlined in a different code section. So just clarifying. And then regulations, general 12 zones. Currently, accessory dwellings are limited to 1,250 square feet. We are proposing to increase that to 1,800 square feet. We do have a lot of situations where people want to put a secondary dwelling on their property, and in many cases, they have a lot of acreage, and we've been severely limiting the size of that secondary dwelling, particularly for people that want a mobile home because it's more affordable. They come in standard sizes, so it's incredibly limiting what they can do. So we propose 1,800 square feet. We think that's reasonable for these larger properties, and of course, they're always going to be limited by the size of their property. In some cases, if they have a smaller property, they won't be able to accommodate the 1,800, but this gives a lot more flexibility to those larger property owners. Under cannabis establishments, in the last round of modifications that were made to that ordinance, there is a requirement that there can be no cannabis establishment within 300 feet of a residential area. And while that it is important to create that buffer, we have seen scenarios where there are property owners that come in with a very large parcel. And they could create that buffer within their property, but because of the way the language is in the code currently, they can't. And so we've had people actually come in to subdivide that property so that they can create a buffer and create a new lot that would buffer. We're requesting that the distance be measured to the actual limits of their operation in these cases, so that if you do have a very large property and you happen to be near residential, that you could create a buffer within your own property and still meet the intent, which is to be 300 feet from residential. And then,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Sanchez.
I have a question, Ms. Ainsworth, and I think I understand what you're saying here. I think the concern is, and I think it goes to enforcement, where I think it was very similar to, I think, what Vice Chair Murillo was saying. If someone starts something, gets permit for something, and then through the years they build on, if we do this now, how will we be able to enforce later in the future? They're saying, okay, right now we're only doing it here, but then if they decided to grow without getting a permit and we're not notified, and then, then technically it's not permitted as such. So how do we have a chance to enforce that? How are we notified other than someone in the public? I think there's a fine line about where, like you said, we're making exceptions, because I think if I understood earlier, you were saying, maybe I missed it when you were talking about setbacks and some of those others, they can't be combined together. They have to be separate. But yet we're saying that you can create, like I said, it seems like, is this something that's enforceable, or are we potentially opening up a can of worms of this, where people are saying, yeah, we'll do it, and they do it to start with, and then, and I think the only reason I ask is because if you have neighboring properties that will be affected by this, I just want to make sure there's enough protections in place that they are not impeded on with this.
and I certainly understand your concerns, and so we gave a lot of thought to how we were going to word this amendment so that we were not substantially changing what that intent was. And of course, the intent is to have that buffer. And enforcement, as you know, is always a challenge. However, particularly for commercial establishments, they do regularly have to have inspections from the fire department. Every year they get a business registration renewal. And so we do have opportunities to follow up and ensure that they're not expanding without our permission. We do rely a lot on people reporting things when they happen, and so we know that if there are concerned residents in the area, they're going to let us know. But the burden is still on us, and we know, where these establishments are. We have building inspectors that are countywide regularly because they conduct inspections everywhere. And so if they're aware that they need to be looking out for these things, then we have a better opportunity of catching them before they are egregious. And so we will be doing that. This in particular is to accommodate those situations where we felt that they could be accommodated without going through extra hoops.
Okay.
They can actually come in and subdivide. However, that creates more of a burden on them. It takes more time, and including staff time. And so we feel that this is a good compromise. It still has the intent, and it allows for a little bit more flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are also including regulations for mobile food vending businesses. This is something that has not been in our ordinance before, and so it's been a challenge to deal with some of those vendors sometimes when they're in areas where they're not permitted. Regulating campgrounds and recreational vehicles. We've had a lot of inquiries for people who want to have campgrounds on their properties. So we did include regulations for different types of campgrounds that we modeled after other regulations that we found. Also for recreational vehicle parks. And regulating recreational outdoor events, which is something that was not in our ordinance before. And so that we can have standards to look at when people are wanting to conduct some of these events. And then regulations specific to all zones. So the DM zone is primarily for mobile home and manufactured homes. And so we are proposing to eliminate RVs and campgrounds from this district, since they are not permanent structures. And revisions to definitions, adding definitions. And the following appendices: standard garden wall design and sample easement setback diagram. So under the table of permissible uses, you will see some modifications. I know it's hard to see that. It's pretty small, but we're adding campground, which is a use that was not previously in our table, and it would be permitted by special use permit in T2, R5, R5L, and DM, and it would be permitted by right in MU, C1, and C2. Apartment and complexes are currently permitted in the D2 and D2L, which we believe was an error when the table was initially approved. So those two zoning districts will no longer permit apartments. For mobile food vending, we're clarifying that mobile food vending is not permitted in the residential districts. This was something that was also in the ordinance, and it makes it hard to enforce when somebody finds a vacant lot in a residential area and decides that they're going to be selling there permanently. I believe the intent for that was that a mobile food truck could be on residential streets and vending on a temporary basis, but not on a piece of property that's owned residential. So event centers, also including in the table, which was not a use that was there before, allowing by special permit in T2, T3, and T4, and permitted outright in T5, MU, C1, and C3. And then just a inclusion of institutional uses in MU. Agricultural is where you would see the most changes, and we are proposing, currently in our code, we allow agricultural uses in every zone if they have the agricultural assessment from the assessor's office. This is not a standard way to regulate uses in a zoning ordinance because it's dependent on an assessment that can change in the assessor's office. It's also not greatly used the way that it was written. We never see somebody coming in advance and asking, is my property zoned agricultural? And then moving forward with growing crops or putting cattle on their property. Typically, because it's a largely agricultural state, if you buy a piece of property, it's vacant, you want to grow a crop there. Unless it's cannabis, people will just do it and eventually they'll get the assessment changed. But it's not something that should be tied to zoning. And so we are proposing to eliminate all of those A's in there that refer to agricultural assessment and make those uses either permissible outright or permissible by special permit, depending on intensity. So if you're going to do farming and ranching, growing crops, you have cattle, and all of those accessory uses that go with it, barns and different equipment that you might have, those are permissible in every use category as they are now. And if you're doing something more intense, like agricultural processing and warehousing, then you may need a special use permit depending on your zoning district. And then other changes, we've included under industrial the category of outdoor or enclosed storage, just for clarity, as well as RV and boat storage, and storage only, no dismantling. And then as far as public input, we have not had any public input since the publication of the ordinance. We did have quite a bit of input during the public hearings that we had at P&Z, primarily related to the change to cannabis. There were quite a few people that are waiting for this amendment because they have properties that they're hoping to develop, and so they participated in those public hearings. And that is the end of my presentation. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Amesworth. Commissioners, any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, Brandy.
I'm sorry, I did step away for a minute. Did I get the motion and second?
No, they're,
Oh, we did not. You're right, Brandy. Thank you. I have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and a second by myself.
Okay. Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries. It's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Moving on, we do have any commission follow-up input, if any commissioners have any follow-up. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to correspondence. Brandy?
We have Madison Vasquez versus Doña County, Michael Chasen versus Doña County, and Joshua Pastrana versus Doña County.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, yeah, do you want to read it?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Murillo.
I move that the board convene in closed session. The commission may convene in closed session. The Board of County Commissioners may convene in closed pursuant to the attorney-client privilege to discuss pending or threatened litigation in the matter of City of Las Cruces versus United States of America, cause number 217 CV-00809-JCH-GBW, and potential arbitration with the New Mexico County's Insurance Authority regarding a coverage dispute as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1, H7, NMSA 1978.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Murillo and the second by Commissioner Sanchez. Brandy?
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Murillo?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion approved. We are going into closed session. Wonderful. Let the record reflect that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. It is 12:43. And we are back. Yeah, I did. Next up, we do have a work session scheduled, which is item number 17 today, which is the classification and compensation study, and it's by our Human Resources Director, Ms. Haynes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Meg Haynes, HR Director. I'm here this afternoon to kick off the work session to provide the Commission with information on the classification and compensation study that we have contracted with Gallagher to conduct. I'd like to introduce Michael Burton. He's the Principal Consultant and Project Director of the study, and he will go over the details of the study and what the study is and is not, and will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Meg, for that wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, city county managers, commissioners. So thank you very much for having us and asking for Gallagher to partner with you in this process. So I'm going to stand for questions at the end of the day, at the end of this sprint. So, but if you do have a really super question to ask me, I'm more than happy to stop and ask the question for that. Okay, so for today, we're going to run through, and we've provided this presentation to you, so we're going to talk about the project team, the project goals, and then some of our methodology, and then we can kind of gently go through some of our evaluation tools and how we look at the market and surveys and some data analysis, like how we actually perform our duties as your partner, okay? Really quickly, Gallagher Public Sector and Higher Education, I'm sorry, has about 35 years of experience in the public sector. We have clients all across the country in multiple different areas. So we have very much experience working with counties, cities, and other higher ed organizations. Again, my name is Michael Burton. I'm a principal consultant for the Central Region. Then I also have senior consultants, Catherine, Jamie, and Carissa Marteau as other consultants. So I handle most things around the country here for these type of compensation and class studies. So I'm your person if you need that type of information. So from a project management and administration perspective, we have things that we do regularly. So we're going to have meetings with Meg and all the other rest of HR to have these. We'll have a project manager. I serve as a project director. We'll have regular status meetings. We'll have employee communications, which are key, which I'll show you a little bit later on to show you like what some communications are possible to have with us. And then we can also have stakeholder meetings. So this is a stakeholder meeting, right? So if you needed, Meg said, hey, we really need you to come down. We decided to come here and say, hey, we'll introduce us and then tell you about the project. This is a good slide. So this is really our approach, and it's kind of depicting it kind of going in waves in a sort of way. So we usually start off with your compensation philosophy and job evaluation. So in some of the decision points we kind of like want to talk to you about today is kind of get a feel for what is your real compensation philosophy for the county. Do you want to be bleeding edge and pay higher than everybody else in New Mexico and Texas? Do you want to be with the market aware, those type of deals? And then also understand some of how you want to job evaluate. So you are a part of Gallagher's, you have what we call our DBM product, which is our decision benchmarking database. And And we can kind of talk about that. It's a way of doing job evaluation. It allows you to do it yourself, but it can be complicated over time. And it also depends on who does it, right? And that's with any job evaluation tool. Then we get into classifications and then compensation. So we make sure your job's in the right place, they're titled correctly. And then we go into the market and find out the compensation, how much a job is particularly worth, how much does this accountant work, and if you have an accountant, for example, they could easily go across the street to McDonald's. So it might not be an apples to apples comparison, but we'll help you understand what those more important jobs are based on somebody that's a fireman who can only work for the county, or they go work for the city or go work in Texas. So we'll have those kind of conversations. And at the end of the day, we'll give you a project finalization. So you'll have a report, a PowerPoint presentation, or a presentation back to this board to say, hey, this is what the information that we found, and then give you our recommendations of how to move forward. Okay? This is probably personally my favorite slide, and I really like to give these to the clients that I have, and I advise them to use this slide for any particular groups you might have, I don't want to say trouble with, but this is something that you really need to use for communication. So what this slide is what the study is versus what the study is not, right? So what the study is we're going to evaluate jobs and levels accurately, consistently, sure. Systems, we're going to look at your systems and make sure they're easy to understand and administer. So we're going to put in something that your HR group can use after we leave, right? Even though once you join in with Gallagher, we're your partner for life, but we'll talk about that another time. Policies and procedures, make sure you've got the right things in place. And then your compensation is competitive and equitable. That's what the study is. We're going to make sure you guys are in the right place doing the right thing. On the other side is what this study is not, and this is really good for your employees and even yourself, commissioners, to say that this is not a strategy to reduce or increase pay, okay? We might find that you are in front of the market or behind the market, as your third party will come in as an independent source and say, hey, here's what the market is, and then we'll tell you where you sit in that market. This is not about staffing needs study, even though we do those type of work, but that's out of scope here. So we can kind of tell you, hey, you need more employees in this particular area, stuff like that. It's not an organizational structure study. We're not going to say, hey, you need 10 more managers and less accountants, right? You got to do something like that, or engineers, let's say. It's not a strategy designed to cut costs, okay? Even though that can come out of it, or it can also increase costs. It depends on how the cookie crumbles. And it's not a strategy to eliminate positions. So this slide really helps you talk to your employees, maybe sometimes just pockets that you might say, hey, my fire department, they're all getting ready to leave. This is something you're really good to sit them down and say, hey, we've brought in somebody else. This is what this is really occurring here. Okay, market specifications slide. What we really do is we look at some external surveys. So we're also going to do a custom survey for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to send out a survey to other like counties in the country, right? Same size, some scope, usually some in this general vicinity, maybe a little bit out. You might say, hey, we want to really be like Harris County in Houston, right? The second largest county in the country. That's what we aspire to be like. It's possible, right? We'll send it. If that's what you want us to do, we'll send it. And they'll have questions like, hey, how much are you paying this person? What are your benefits like? All those types of questions. It's really good data. It's personal data for Doña Ana County. We'll also look at published data. So we'll have some of the top 3 largest published data. So a lot of these survey houses, Willis Towers Watson, Mercer, and Comp Data, what they do is they send out surveys on a constant rate to counties, cities, hospitals, and private sector to get data for surveys, because everybody needs it, right? Nothing's going to work without actually data. So once we figure out, okay, what we're going to do, this is how we actually look at that published survey data. We might look at first and say, hey, we're just going to look at the state of New Mexico. Or if we have really good data, we might look at, you might have a Doña Ana County cut. It's very possible. We might look at El Paso, which might be the closest real city next to you, right, that might have data. So there's, as experts, if I call myself expert, we'll pull back. So we'll go a city as close as we can get. We'll look at the state. We'll look at the regional, so you can see that New Mexico's in that southwest region. We'll go national. And then we'll do industry, which is public sector. There might be some jobs that we kind of dabble in between private and public. You know, it depends on where they are, like HR. HR you can find anywhere, so you might want to look at both types of industries, okay? Profit and not-for-profit. And again, your custom surveys, we're going to hit local data, all the counties that you, maybe even the commissioners, you get a chance to talk to each other, hey, really compare ourselves to LA County or whatever the case may be. We'll add them all in. If you've got a connection there, even great, but we'll try to make sure that we take our time to find the right person to get that survey filled out. The treatment and collection, the commissioners don't really have to worry about, but we look at certain things like types of organizations, size of organizations, when we match them to you, geographic, and you know, if you have some aspirationals, again, let's say we want to be like this, or we find that this county is the one that steals all of our employees, like I can't keep a fire chief because they always go to El Paso. You know, let's find out what they're doing over there, okay? So the way we look at all your jobs, and I believe you're approximately around 850-ish, 850, 900 jobs, we'll try to look at representative number of those, right? So we'll look and say, hey, we've got these 50 jobs actually cover 800 employees. So we'll try to really focus in on that big job. We'll look at, make sure we look at benchmark jobs that are representative of all the levels that you currently have. We'll look at highly populated jobs. We'll look at jobs that are found in most organizations, because we don't want to go out and look for a survey if we can't, that job doesn't exist, right? It just doesn't, right? And then again, we also try to look for jobs that have retention issues. So again, if you've got a job, EHS, engineer that's really hard to keep, we'll definitely put that job survey so we kind of find out from people around you, hey, what are they paying these jobs, because why they keep stealing this person from us. Now looking at this from left to right, it's kind of like a philosophy of how we look at things. So we're going to look at, for most jobs, on an annual basis, right, unless we have an hourly rate that we really want to deal with, and we can convert back and forth based on how you decide to pay someone hourly. On the individual level, we look at base salaries from the 25th percentile, which means that, hey, you don't pay as well as 75% of the organizations that we survey, but you pay better than the bottom 25th. Sometimes that's the right place to look at. Depends on how you feel about how your place in society is right now, okay? And then we'll also provide you, Gallagher will provide you an aggregate number. How are you doing across all of your jobs? We might say, hey, as a whole, you're only 5% below market. It might mean that you might not have to do any major action at this moment, but we might say, hey, there are pockets that are well below this aggregate number. You might say, again, fire chief might be 30% below. In that case, we might say, here's some action you do for this particular group, but as a whole, you're okay, right? Or it could be the opposite, where you have fire chiefs paid very well, but everybody else is 30, 40% below the market, right? It can go either way, okay? And then a decision point I kind of want to talk about is where, based on numbers, where do you want to be as a county? Do you want to be at the 50th percentile, right? Where you're not as good as some, but you're better than most, right? That's a good philosophy to have. And it's a pretty much standard basic practice philosophy. We're going to age the data to June of next year. We believe that's a good time for you guys to have it. So I think you're going to do a lot of salary changes around that time. Is that right? Probably issue somewhere around that. And then we're going to look at if we get data from other geographical areas. Let's say we took you from Cook County, where I'm from in Chicago. You don't pay your fire chief as much as you're going to pay your fire chief in Chicago, right? Because he's got other issues other than just fire. But we will be able to convert that salary to what it would make sense here in Doña County. We have numbers that can help us do those kind of geographical based off cost of labor. Okay. That's all my presentation here. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about this project as we go forward.
Thank you, sir. I'm not gonna lie, I was Googling the fire chief's salary in Chicago. Sorry, curiosity got
killed me today. Thank you for that presentation today. I really do appreciate it. Commissioners, this is time for questions. If you have any questions or comments.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair, yes.
So surveys are conducted, I couldn't hear the last part. Wait, you said that you have the surveys, where is it?
We have a
Survey sources, where do you conduct the surveys, is that, you said?
So you've got two types of surveys. You have a published survey in which we purchase as consultants on your behalf. We already have these large surveys. And they already have a multitude, thousands of jobs they've already surveyed with counties and cities like yours, and they already have a number. Fire chief makes $215,000. They already have that, a number. So we'll use our sources to give you that. We're going to also do a custom survey in which you could say, hey, Michael, I want you to send out a survey to El Paso and ask them what they paid their fire chief. And then we will take that, send it to them and multiple other people, because we need 5 answers. We can't just give you 4 or just them. We need 5 answers because we're required by law to not divulge something when we do a custom survey. Right? So there's some legality in that. So we'll get the 5 people to answer, and then I can give the chair and say, hey, the real number is this, right, for the market, right? Now, I might be able to tell you that, hey, the fire chief of Chicago is public knowledge. You can go find it. There's that number, right, as well. So custom survey is your decision, right, with your experts here, with the city, the county manager, and everything to say, hey, we want to compare ourselves with these groups of people across the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Your slide, your third slide, I think, says that you all have 35 years of experience in public sector, correct?
Yes, sir.
So don't you have a lot of the information on hand already to provide us some recommendations as far as what we already know? You should already know all the positions it takes to run a county, and most of those. And so you should already have that information. You should probably have already done some studies that would kind of easily be related to this. How important would it be to have our own individual separate study from the data that you already have? I mean, you're talking about a customized survey just for us. How important is that with all the information you have and experience you guys have?
That is an excellent question. I'm glad you asked that. So yes, we have 35-year experience. Yes, and that experience allows us to give you opinions on what the data says. A custom survey allows you to, I don't want to say cherry pick, but it allows you to customize your comparators. So you might say, hey, I want Western Texas and all of New Mexico. And the published survey data obviously changes every year, but it's our expertise now. We can go into that published surveys and get the data for you. I don't have what an accountant makes on hand in New Mexico, but I can easily go to these published surveys and go find that number for you. And then a reality check is you can say, hey, that's national data, but let me see what my 5 or 6 competitors really say. And a lot of times the numbers can be very close and they can be totally different as well.
Well, one of the comments one of the options you suggested is that we go to 25 percentile or 50 percentile or 75 percentile or 100 percentile or whatever, as comparison to other people in the area. Is that data that you already have that you can tell us where those numbers are?
Yeah, so once we
okay, sorry, no, that's okay. If you already have those, I think it'd be worthwhile for us to have a comparison to say, where are we now based on the data that you have before we figure out whether we should have a custom analysis or survey. Because you say, well, where do we want to be? Let's say we want to be at the 50th. Well, you can look at where we are and say, based on the numbers we currently have, you guys are at the 35th or you are at the 75th. I mean, I personally would like to see a little bit of intelligence applied to the information we already have and what we're already doing, so that it helps me to make a decision on how we go forward with this opportunity. Does that make sense? Because I would expect at this presentation you would say, well, we've looked at your organization, with 35 years of experience, we see you guys, looks like you guys are here. Where do you want to be? And I'm not getting that. So you need a survey for how long to find out where we are now?
May I jump in, sir?
Of course.
Please do, yes.
Yeah, I think this is setting the table for it. I think that is a future meeting where we identify, and I haven't worked with Gallagher, but I know they're great. Looking at our 4 cities and counties that may be bigger than us, 4 that may be smaller, finding that happy medium, and at which point we will go back out and then circle back, and then we'll have to identify whatever that gap of money is and figure out a plan of payment for the biggest deficiencies. I don't know if that helps at all, but I think he's just trying to set the table today for that and get feedback on the process.
I would like to have some more feedback on the process and how we can benefit from it and where. I can see some of this, but I'm not seeing how it directly will apply to us yet.
May I respond, Commissioner? Just
of course, sure,
please
absolutely.
do.
So no 2 counties and cities are the same. Just, they look the same. We have similar jobs. Correct. And I appreciate, it's a great idea, right? We could have definitely come in and said, hey, here are your jobs. But I don't know right now where you stand, and part of this analysis is taking every job that you have and bang it against the marketplace. So we'll take a look at your accountant, right, on the published surveys and in the custom survey and say, hey, you paying them $50,000, but everyone else pays them $75,000. At that point, I will relay my expertise and say, hey, you're 30% below market. Here's how I would, based off of what the other counties do, how we get you to that median. Is it over a 3-year period? You give 3% each year, stuff like that. There's no way for anybody, any consultant, to come in and say, hey, even with all this experience, I could tell you where you are without actually seeing your data, going into that, and we have seen some of it, but we have to get into it and actually figure out where you are in each job, where you are from an aggregate perspective, and do the work so you have the right information.
So I'm going to ask some more questions, and nobody else is asking any at the moment. Do you have any idea which counties you would compare us to right now?
Oh, sure, good.
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. Basically, what we normally do in our county is we look at the other Class A counties in New Mexico as well as City of Las Cruces. We're going to be looking at areas or places that, maybe take our employees or that we have like comparables with. The other thing that the consultant will be working with us on is, as part of that customized survey, is positions that we have a hard time filling or retaining employees in those positions. So the customized part is an important part of the whole process, so that way we can really see what positions we're having issues with and how like entities within the state are handling that and our competitors are handling that. So basically it would be with Class A counties in New Mexico, City of Las Cruces, probably City and County of El Paso too.
Okay, I understand that. I know that I went on and started studying 2 or 3 years ago when I was looking at salaries. We were talking about it and what it would take for the undersheriff. I noticed that all of the salaries in all the Class A counties are all published and available as public information. So I assume that that's something we've already looked at as a county, haven't we, or not?
Well, which we would call in the consulting world data mining, and we will look at each, either we're going to send them a survey or we'll data mine that information and put it all together for you so we can make a decision together.
Mr. Burton, that question was actually for Meg.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's okay.
Chair, Commissioner, I'm not sure if the county has looked at that. We have looked at that in the past, and our system could not handle that type to have it updated on like a website. As far as I know, we haven't looked at it in our recent ERP system.
Okay. Will Workday help us with this when we get the data?
It may. We'd have to look into that as we get it.
Part of my confusion here is that we're on a cusp of trying to get Workday up and running, and I'm not even sure where we are on that exactly. Now we do need something for HR, don't get me wrong. I just don't know how far we need to go so quickly, or whether we can wait for 6 months, which is, I think is what you recommended this was going to take at a minimum, And maybe, I think some of the decisions we probably need to look at should be based on a shorter time period. We might do a comprehensive study that goes out 6 months, but if we wait 6 months and become a stagnant organization, making any kind of decisions or changes or policy changes or updates to our payroll, anything like that, I think we'll be suffering because of it. That's my concern. So along with comparison for people in this area, Class A counties, I mean, we're not going to fare very well with Sandoval and Santa Fe and Bernalillo because they're in a whole different economic area than we are down here. So I'd like to see some more information about exactly how this study is going to be done for my purposes. But I think that you're saying that's another meeting, not this meeting, right?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. I appreciate it.
And Chair, Commissioner, I'm not recommending that we stay stagnant or that we are stagnant as we go through this process. We're still working on Workday, implementing the different functions of Workday, as well as needed, looking at positions. If it makes sense because it's a market issue, then yes, we would wait till we get the market data. But if there's an emergent issue that needs to be looked at, we can also look at that. This study is to give us that broader view that we don't necessarily have ourselves. And Gallagher will be able to apply percentages based off of different economies, so that way, if we're looking at Bernalillo, they would be able to compare it to Las Cruces based off of the different economies. And I'll let Michael speak more to that.
If I remember correctly, may I call you Meg?
Yes.
If I remember correctly, a couple of meetings ago, we were talking about budget. You guys said you were going to tentatively hold off on any reclassifications until after the study is done. I think that would be a mistake to wait 6 months to do the reclassifications that are being requested right now. And if that's actually going to be based on the results of this study, then I'm very confused and concerned.
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, we're looking at positions on a case-by-case basis to see if they need to be reviewed, what has changed in them, and then making a decision, with county management on whether to proceed on review or not on a case-by-case basis. It's not an all or nothing right now.
Right. Well, globally, from a global perspective and looking at what the priorities are for what we're trying to accomplish with the county, we absolutely do need to better understand where we stand in the way of payroll positions and things like that for the county. I just don't think that I want to make sure that this process doesn't inhibit us from going ahead and moving forward with some of the key decisions we have to make before the study's done, and that the study is going to be reasonable and fair and get the results that we need. So I see what he said here is a process. I'd like to see what our goals are and what our recommended goals are in this process before we enter into the process.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I will be working, as well as Michael and his team will be working with county management every step of the way. And that's part of what this meeting right now is for, is to see what the commission's wants and needs are with this study. So that way, as key stakeholders, we can keep you apprised along the way, as well as keep employees apprised along the way.
And I have a question for Mr. Burton.
Yes,
Mr. Burton, will this be a tool that we can use in order to adapt as things change in the county? So as, let's say, the cost of living goes up, as new positions go, we modify the strategy or the priorities and the goals of the county. Will this document allow us to feed that kind of information in so that we can actually make adjustments for the personnel that we need going forward in the future without having to do another study?
Simply, yes. The outcome of this is not only to survey the market, but also as your partner, give you to the position where you've just implemented Workday, have your HR group ready to actually deal with a unique job or how the market changes so that you can shift it as it goes along. Things like this, the reason why counties over the 35 years need to have an outside study is that they don't know how to move or adjust their structure.
I'd like to see a tool. I'd like for this to result in a tool that we could actually use so that at different times of the year, say the first of the year or the middle of the year or something, we could say something like, well, we plug in cost of living, we plug in the increase in interest, we plug in the cost of new goods, for food and groceries or whatever, so that we can actually put new information in and have that kick back out to us what our recommended changes are in pay and policy and positions. I mean, I'd like to have it be more of a working, breathing document. Is that what you're talking about, or are you just talking about a study that says, at this point in time, you should make these changes?
No, these are also good questions. So what we provide at the end of this project is you will have some tools to help you make a market assessment on particular jobs. You're already a client of ours in a decision-based methodology to reevaluate jobs on your own. You already have that. We'll also show you where you go, where you can find out how structures move from a trend letter perspective. So it's not a single tool, but it's helping your HR group understand how things work, and so they can administer this on their own. Yes.
Well, that's what I'd like to see from this, is so that we can gain some training and the ability to do a lot of this on our own without having to go back and do a study every 3 years, okay, to find out where we're supposed to be. That's all.
Yeah, we'll definitely give you to the point where you can definitely survive from 3 to 5 years. It's good, best practice, to go out and do a market study probably every 3 to 4 or 5 years, because you can fall behind on your own.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Seeing none. 138. You're welcome. That's what it said online.
That's probably just the chief of a particular station. You talking about the 5-star chief? Or
It said there was only one. I mean, I looked. Okay, well, yes.
So that is example, Commissioner, where you can't just look at titles and say, hey, fire chief to fire chief. So our 35 years experience will allow us to help you say, hey, what are the jobs that you have, what they really do, and compare it with someone else particular in a particular state.
That is a good example because our fire station chiefs used to be called fire chiefs as well here, and now they're being called something else, station managers. So the position title doesn't necessarily dictate exactly who the person is or what the person does.
That's where our 35 years comes in.
He'll be back.
Well, thank you so much for this. I really do appreciate you coming and joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no another? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you both. Thank you, Meg. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Of course. And with that being said, that's the end of our work session, which means that end of the meeting. Yeah, the time is 1:17 p.m. and I'm going to go ahead and convene this Board of County Commissioners meeting.